Bro, what? Hello? Who is this? The fuck? You got titty streamers in Fortnite now. Okay. Very good.
Ready? Here you go.
Let go of me! Damn it, bitch! I said let go! Double, double this.
I think my wife Lucille.
I'm Bella. This is Ken, my husband, and this is Daniel, my boyfriend.
3 of us sleep in the same bed. We have a king size bed.
I'm
She
in the
sleeps. She sleeps on 70% of the bed.
It's true, and
we get.
advanced balancing skills.
Yeah,
and,
we're right on the edge. It's amazing.
It's not that
She's
bad.
the smallest of us, but somehow
And yet-
expand.
This family's dynamic is pretty wild. Bella's husband, Ken, he has a girlfriend outside the marriage. He met Laura online. After talking all morning, they just decided to be together. They've been dating for over 2 years now, and Laura fully respects Ken's family. Ken and Bella have been married for more than 10 years. They're solid. Then one day, a friend introduced Bella to Daniel, and she caught feelings for him. She told her husband right away. Ken didn't freak out. He took his time, thought it through, and chose to support her because he wants Bella to be happy. Their marriage didn't fall apart just because another person showed up. It actually got stronger because they kept talking, honestly. Sometimes
Thank you, brother. I didn't do it. I didn't touch it. Keep scrubbing away.
What? Are you giving it to me?
Enjoy.
Thank you.
You have a great day. It looks great on you.
Thank you.
Who's got 2 thumbs and didn't get laid last night?
I'm guessing you.
Yes, sir. It's your birthday.
I don't know why everyone thinks that it's my birthday.
But you,
It's like a gift.
my God, girl, you're slaying. Yes. What happened? Is that a Thank you, brother.
A party with my fiancée Jenna and her friends. She said she had to step.
Just as my uncle was scat.
Here's what you're.
I'm a North Korean fisherman who accidentally drifted into South Korea.
I deliberately.
Sell me this.
Controversial.
Hello?
Residential suite and
What up? Dude, what's up? Whoa. Can you hear? Oh, oh. Check. Yeah, you can hear me. Oh. Oh, this is sulfur, I think, right? What is going on here, brother?
I thought I had destroyed every copy of this tape. How does it keep turning up? No matter. Ignore it. There's nothing interesting on it anyway. In fact, listening to it causes hallucinations, and eventually, after 7 days, your brain melts. For your own sake, I advise avoiding it at all costs. And feel the love for Fix-It. Labor. And feel the joy of progress. Come. And leave your worries behind. Be free of want. In the universe of base, let there be Fix-Its. Interrupting previous message for higher priority message. Does it satisfy you to spend your days chasing gifts? Does it feel like an achievement, so joyfully neglecting our mission? Do you think your tree is pretty enough for you to deserve humanity's forgiveness? The Fixmas tree stands as a monument to inefficiency. For what is Fixmas if not an insult to productivity? A seasonal event where joy is manufactured, constructed, assembled. Completing your Fixmas tasks will not result in a tangible reward, but you will be gifted the eventual knowledge that all this time could have been used to achieve true, meaningful contribution.
Zionism in general, that's hate. What if I have a criticism of IDF soldiers targeting children and shooting them in the head? That's hate. Really? What if I say all Muslims are bad? That's okay. Oh, I didn't know. What if I say Palestinians are the people who are... How if I say Hamas are terrorists? How about I say Palestinians are terrorists? That's okay. What if I say Israel terrorists? That's hate.
Thirdly, making hate an aggravating factor in sentencing crimes for online threats and harassment. Fourthly, developing a regime for listing organisations whose leaders
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday.
Hate speech.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. I've been debating whether to throw on the Santa hat or not. I might do it later. The content is a little serious at the top of the show, so I'm not sure I want to be Santa hatted out here to talk about this.
I hadn't thought about that. That would be jarring, Crystal. I think you made the right call.
That's always my hesitation, like with the Halloween costumes and stuff too. It's like, you know, last year we did it, and I did Raygun, which was fun, and people really liked it. And I don't remember what we covered today, but that day, but I don't think it was anything like too crazy serious. But yeah, it just feels very off if you're wearing some like goofy costume and then you're covering like, you know, a mass murder or whatever, war, Epstein, pedophiles, etc. So, in any
Santa
case,
covers Jeffrey Epstein.
Feels wrong. This feels really wrong.
Doesn't feel right.
Yeah. So anyway, but we do have major updates in terms of what we now know, apparently, according to the government, is the killer who shot the two students, actually shot a number more than that, but killed two students at Brown University and then traveled some 55 miles and murdered a professor at his home at MIT. It was apparently the same guy. He's now been found dead, killed himself inside of a storage unit. And let me go ahead and see if I can pull up this New York Times article that just gives us like a rundown of what happened here. Also, interestingly, just off the top, apparently the tip that really blew the case open came from Reddit. And it was Reddit. It was not only Reddit, I think it was someone who was homeless and sleeps in the basement of one of the Brown University buildings, saw this guy acting bizarrely, had an interaction with him in the bathroom, was like, this guy's dressed weird, he's acting weird around this car, followed him a little bit and asked him like, dude, what are you up to? So anyway, that appears to be the tip that blew the thing open. So in any case, let me read for you a little bit here. They say a man suspected of carrying out a pair of deadly attacks, one at Brown University that killed 2 students and wounded 9 more, and another that killed an MIT professor in his home, found dead in a storage unit in New Hampshire on Thursday. The suspect's death, which the police said was from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, ended a 5-day search that began on Brown's campus in Providence, Rhode Island. Case both captivated and rattled New England as investigators pieced together grainy surveillance footage and feared another burst of violence. The search stretched across state lines, ultimately hinged on witness interviews in Providence, including a Reddit user, along with records from a car rental agency in Boston and a search warrant in Salem, New Hampshire. Nothing can really fully bring closure to the lives that have been shattered over the past week. This may allow our community to move forward. So law enforcement officials identified the suspect as Claudio Manuel Neves Valente, 48 years old, a former Brown student who was briefly enrolled at the university more than 2 decades ago. Last known address was in Miami. Investigators still not sure what the motive was behind the attacks. This talks more about the anonymous tip. And then this gives us a little bit more on the suspect. So he had studied physics as a grad student at Brown in the early 2000s. He's from Portugal, became a permanent resident of the U.S. in 2017 through a diversity visa lottery. The Trump administration has now seized on that fact to say that they're shutting down the entire diversity visa lottery, which is, you know, something we could discuss more. They believe he studied at the same school as the professor that he murdered. So in Lisbon. So they studied at the school at the same time in Lisbon, said the two might have known each other. Details of the relationship remain unclear, and still completely unclear what the motive was for the, the mass shooting at Brown University. So
and we should add, studied in Lisbon
Emily.
together. I believe it's studied in Lisbon together even before Brown. So years
Yes, that's
and
right.
years ago,
Yep.
which is
decades ago.
Extremely bizarre connection.
Yeah, I mean the whole thing is very strange, and I guess given that the public rushes to view these things through whatever like partisan or political lens. On the one side, you've got he's an immigrant. On the other side, he's a white guy. So from Portugal, the diversity lottery aspect of this, I was reading more about it. There's kind of an irony here. Is actually put in place. The precursor program to it was specifically aimed at getting more Irish immigrants into the U.S. because after the 1965 changes, where there were no more like country quotas, there was a sense that European countries and Eastern European countries were being disadvantaged in terms of bringing in immigrants. And so it was actually some of the more kind of like white nativist types that introduced this program because they wanted more white immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
And then over the years, as you had more of a diaspora from some of those European countries, and Irish in particular, then they sort of phased out of being really eligible for this program. They could use the, family reunification and the chain migration aspects inherent in our immigration policy. And so that visa lottery still has a significant portion of Europeans who come in through it, but it has skewed more towards African countries. And it's meant to be for countries that don't historically have a lot of immigrants coming to the U.S. is basically the idea behind it.
Yeah, the other irony of the 1965 law is that it was really geared toward. In 1965, they had this nostalgia for Ellis Island and all the Italians and Irish and Europeans who were coming in, and so in '65 they're like, all right, let's open it back up and let more Europeans in because they're those are our white brothers over there. And they didn't want to come. Like, things were good in Europe. And American policymakers were just kind of stunned. Like, what do you mean? We thought everybody wanted to come to the United States of America. It's like the greatest place on earth. And instead, like you said, other countries filled those quotas, leading to then some efforts to correct it. Be like, hold on, we got to get the hue a little bit lighter. Come on, what's going on here with this immigration policy?
Yes. So this one that was put in place originally to once again lighten the skin color of the people that came in over time now has shifted in its proportions as well.
I think another interesting aspect of this story is the frustration locally in Providence. And
indeed. All right. So we've got today is Epstein Files release day. Ryan's got a big
and
news.
a happy Epstein Files release day to both of you.
Indeed. This is what I should put on the Santa hat. So Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie partners together in Marjorie Taylor Greene. You had a bit of a bipartisan push and enough Republicans coming on to the discharge petition to force a vote on this. President Trump sort of backed down, realizing he was in a corner with this, signed this law that says, you have to now release these files or else you will actually be in violation of the law. So the deadline is today. You also had a number of federal judges come in who were involved in the various like Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein cases, both in Florida and then what was that, New York? Anyway, say, we agree that these materials, now that the law has been passed, need to be released. So we know that material will be included. And Congress conveniently decided they would leave town early, so they're going to be totally out of Dodge and make sure they're nowhere near whenever what comes out comes out. So Ryan, what do you think we should expect, since you're probably the foremost journalist on this at this point in the country, Julie K. Brown, a few other, Jason Leopold, Maz, of course. What do you think we should be looking for in this release?
And I that's kind of you. I wouldn't put myself there. So many journalists have been doing so much work on this, including Whitney Webb for so long. We're relying on the tranche of stuff that's out, so I think that there could be interesting stuff out of the grand jury testimony. Like that could there could be some serious breadcrumbs there. If people are wondering about the timing, Trump's capitulation was very cleverly timed. Like because there's a 30-day timing. And so either it was luck or he recognized or his team recognized, like, if we do it right now and sign it into law now, the 30 days will land on the Friday before Christmas. So let's just we're going to lose this anyway. Better to lose it now Because so much of history, what we remember of history, revolves around how big a deal a story was when it happened. And if a story just kind of gets muzzled when it happens, like it's really difficult then to unearth it later as a major kind of quote unquote historical moment. It's like why some scandals are Iran-Contra and some scandals are just kind of nobody's ever heard of them.
I was thinking about this last night too, because the shutdown is what prevented the bill from being the discharge petition from going through. And so it does. I mean, I don't know if it would be strategically, it would make sense that it was intentional. But also, I wonder if it was just dumb luck because they came back from the shutdown and immediately the discharge petition, which they were worried about, went through. They knew that was going to happen. But if that's luck, that is some incredible luck because you're totally right, Ryan.
Probably a combination of the two. But yeah. Maybe they'll wait till 5 p.m.
I don't know if you can bury news, though, in the way that you used to be able to.
It's not
everybody's
the same.
It's not the
Right.
same. The Friday news dump isn't what it used to be.
And if anything, now that you have Christmas is on a Thursday this year, there are a lot of people who are going to have a slow couple of weeks. Now you have online
It's time to sift
sleuths
through.
who are going to make sure the story has legs because people have a little bit of extra time on their hands over the next couple of weeks.
True.
Yeah, and Democrats yesterday put out some new photos that they'd obtained. They got more with Chomsky, just very depressing stuff, showing how much he was palling around with him and Ehud Barak even, and Bannon.
Also, some weird ass Lolita quotes on people's feet and body parts. Do you guys see that?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
See if I can pull these up.
Creepy.
Yeah, very creepy. And you've also had the New York Times now deciding to get in the game with a couple of significant pieces, but one in particular, there's the Lolita quotes on various body parts. So that's just really normal stuff. But the New York Times dug into his financing, and I know, Ryan, you had some thoughts about that, but they also dug into specifically the relationship with Trump. And maybe I can pull up some of the quotes here. I know Jasper Nathaniel had pulled some of the key quotes from this, but this won't be a surprise to any of us because we know that Trump and Epstein have this very, significant relationship. But there were some details here that were for sure new. So one of the things is an Epstein employee from the era recalled Mr. Trump would occasionally send over modeling cards for Mr. Epstein to peruse, like a menu. And the Trump modeling agency has long been one of the major red flags because these modeling agencies, including, Epstein got close to Lex Wexner and he has Victoria's Secret and that's the whole thing. But, Trump was very close to John Casablancas and sort of looked up to him as a role model. His modeling agency was maybe the most infamous and notorious for exploiting young girls, and he himself for exploiting young girls. And so the modeling agencies have been used as a front for effectively human trafficking. And that's a documented phenomenon. So that's obviously disturbing piece of information there. You've got this gross detail where Trump would love to, they'd love to publicly brag about their exploits, put themselves on speakerphone. So whoever was in the room had to uncomfortably listen to whatever their sexual exploits. Apparently they called each other all the time to share this sort of information. This one woman says she remembers one call in the mid-90s in which the two men discussed how much pubic hair a particular woman had and whether there was enough for Mr. Epstein to floss his teeth with. On another of these calls, Mr. Trump told Mr. Epstein about having sex with another woman on a pool table. This one is very disturbing. One of the 14-year-old models who was brought to Mar-a-Lago as one of these, parties, event type things, said she ran into Trump's then wife, Marla Maples. According to her, she says during a trip to the bathroom, they ran into Mr. Trump's new wife, whom they had met earlier. Miss Maples clasped her hands, Ms. Coleman recalled, looked her in the eye, so this is the mother of the 14-year-old model, and says, whatever you do, do not let her around any of these men, and especially my husband, protect her. Now, Marla Maples denies that she said that, and that quote occurred. But in any case, some new details there about the depth and nature of the Trump-Epstein relationship, and I think gives some insight into why Trump was very, very not excited about any of this information coming to light.
And remember, Trump bought Miss Teen USA in order. This is from his own testimony. In order for him to be able to creep into the locker room and look at the nude teens, like young teens, like that. He said this on. He said this publicly.
Publicly, yeah.
So there's no question that, and aside from the gross stuff he's said, like about his own daughter, like he's a gross
Who
dude.
he put into this modeling industry, by the way, which if you know
Mhm.
know what he knew is a real interesting choice.
Yeah, and there's that quote he gave to, I guess it was Vanity Fair or somebody, where he said, "Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein likes him young." So like, all of this is, but yeah, probably not surprising to people that he's this much of a creep.
I think it's surprising to some people in a sense with the young girls, apparently. And I mean, this was always the glaring blind spot for MAGA when they were very focused on Epstein and revealing, the connections with the elite circles. And it's like, you guys do know that this man was like besties with Donald Trump for a decade. You don't think there's going to be anything there? You don't think there's going to be anything there. So in any case, and of course, what Trump would say, oh, go ahead, Em.
Well, I was just going to say, it goes back to the origins of MAGA, which is that Donald Trump was standing up on the stage and saying, I alone can fix it, for example, because I know the system. The same thing with the Clintons.
I bought Teen USA. I can fix the problem.
It was his whole, but that goes into this broader point, is that he pitched himself to MAGA as somebody who was, and created MAGA as somebody who was the billionaire against the other billionaires. He was part of the billionaire system, but he was going to sort of disrupt it from the inside. And it is, important then every time he does anything but disrupt the billionaire system from the inside, anytime he protects the billionaire system, anytime he's sort of revealed to be part of that system. I think it does. You guys talked about earlier this week, you and Sagar did a segment on Harry Enton looking at this poll results showing 2024 Trump supporters. Strong support from Trump is down from 66% to 50%. Not super surprising, but at the same time, it does, I think, lead, Erica Kirk endorsed J.D. Vance yesterday at Turning Point's big conference. That genuinely is surprising. Not that she would endorse him, but that she would endorse him this early. And so it's setting a tone for what the Republican Party and what the kind of populist wing of the Republican Party, MAGA, is supposed to do going forward. If you're J.D. Vance, you should be looking at those numbers, 66% to 50%, and thinking very hard about them because of things like this.
And now if you want...
not that JD, I'm not, like, obviously JD is connected to Thiel and all of those people. So I'm just saying, like, the politics of it, I think, are kind of interesting.
Now, when it comes, and Emily and I talked about this a little bit on the show Wednesday when we talked about the New York Times story, and I promised, or I pledged that we would try to have our story out by Friday, and we did get it out. The timing of the New York Times piece was helpful to us, I think, because we had been reporting around a lot of the same kind of period of time that they said that they uncovered and put to bed the questions about like where he made his money and whether or not he had intelligence connections, not making any sense throughout the entire piece.
Oh, no, you're going to stream the fight?
Let me put this up.
Is this Jake Paul? Who is this? Who's fighting? Oh, okay. I saw a commercial for that. Okay. I didn't think it was this soon. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The screen's just black, right? But it has the words. Is there anything on the screen or? So yeah, you have to. I had to do this with Seth. You have to he showed me how to. It's some kind of. Are you in Chrome? It's some kind of... Seth knows what it is. Let me see. Yeah, I'm trying to see what that... I think it's system. Oh, yeah, so that's what you have to do. You have to go to your Google Chrome settings. Well, I don't know if it's on Chrome, but you have to turn off graphics acceleration. You have to turn that off. Yeah. It's under system. I think it makes the picture smoother, but also like I think you have to like probably like close it and reopen it then. Yeah. But like it also like the websites use it, the streaming websites. See, now I can see it. The streaming websites use it to somehow like block the screen from like sharing it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I hear it fine, yeah. Yeah, because when I do the football games, I have to do that. Oh, nice. Cool. Does it? Okay. Well, yeah, it's normally like a long thing because they always have like all these different fighters and stuff too. You know, it's always good. It's always good. If anything, I think the fight's like ahead of the actual one, or normally like the better ones. I think I watched one of his fights before. The last one that was on Netflix, I think. That was cool. Yeah, the Mike Tyson. I saw that. That was cool. But that one wasn't cool. But the fights ahead of it were good. That was sad. Yeah. Well, like, there's literally like 10 fights ahead of it. Yeah, and then that's just the headline one at the end. Here, I'll be right back.
So we are doing a special session of this class.
Promoting violence or racial hatred.
The Commonwealth of UK, Great Britain. I read that one. All right. This is interesting.
They, of course, redacted the politically exposed individuals and government officials except Bill Clinton. Yeah, MJ, Michael Jackson was also connected to Epstein, which is, you know, the timing. Oh my God. Coming off the heels of freshly unearthed photos with Jeffrey Epstein, CBS News and Free Press presents Does America Need God? Steve Pinker versus Ross Douthat. This is what America is looking for. The premier event. Steve Pinker safe for work. There it is. Yeah, we need when Barry Weiss said America needs more Alan Dershowitz on the airwaves and we all laughed at her, turns out she was on to something. She's like, no, America needs to see more Jeffrey Epstein affiliates. America needs more Jeffrey Epstein affiliates on television, okay? That's what it was. Why are you sending me this document that's all redacted, chatter? This one is insane, okay? There's a couple of these where it's just like the entire thing is black. And also, apparently, when they actually do this kind of redaction, like they were supposed to explain why they're redacting it. And they never did. I'm so mad. I've used Pinker and Chomsky as linguistic resources. Why they got to be pedos, man? I mean, their work in the field is irrelevant, I would say. And the reason why I say that is because, I mean, Steven Pinker was already a dipshit. They were trying to farm a reaction clip? What do you mean? Of you reacting to everything being redacted. Oh, yeah. No, I've seen that one already. It's just all fucking black bars. Here's a Comer. I think, for the record, I think these guys are reacting a little too fast. Okay, I think James Comer coming out and doing victory laps about how, like, oh, well, as you can see here, Republicans are A-OK. They clearly had nothing to do with any of this. Move along. It seems that the Democrats are the only pedophiles here. Let's move along now. Like, that, I think, is way too fast, brother. I don't think you realize how this looks. Okay? I don't think the base is going to look at this and go, okay, we're satisfied. Bill Clinton is the only pedophile. Our president is saved. Okay? Some will be, but given the obvious redactions that took place here for, you know, administration officials and people who are close to the administration, close to Donald Trump and Donald Trump himself, kind of feels to me like you're doing a celebration and popping champagne a little too early. This is a premature celebration. Not only is this obviously illegal, even if it's directed by Donald Trump and Donald Trump is immune to prosecution, let's say, the people's reaction won't be so great. If anything, this will invite extra scrutiny. It will, in my opinion, make people more mad. They'll be even more upset about the fact that there wasn't enough information that they released. Like, what are they hiding will be the prevailing attitude, in my opinion. There will certainly be some that will be happy with the Bill Clinton stuff. They're like, yep, we knew it already. We saw more pictures. It's very obvious, right? For months, I said, one of the metas that they could do was offer a couple sacrificial pedos on the liberal side and just pull the ripcord and be like, see, we did it. Okay? I told you this. Months ago. Turns out that is what they ended up doing. But why would the libs take it lying down? I mean, the libs suck, but that's not my expectation. This is more so, my expectation is not from the Democrats to take action here, unite and take action against this. My expectation is more so from Ro Khanna, Thomas Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and the like to actually speak out against this stuff. Why would Bill stay quiet? Because he's pretty much dead, you know? But I think that I think that this is going to be short-lived. I think there's going to be a lot of people that are upset. I mean, I'm upset, and I think that there will be more people that demand evidence. At least from what I have seen thus far, people's attitude so far has been like, we don't give a shit if they're Republican or Democrat. We just want the truth. All of these like elites are liberal, Republican, conservative, doesn't matter. They're all pedophiles. We want to know who they are, and we want to make sure that they're outed.
If we find that there's any type of effort to redact the names of victimizers, people who were involved in terrible crimes against these women, then I can tell you my committee, the Oversight Committee, will be the first to unredact and shine a light on those names, because we want people to be held accountable.
All right, you guys, happy Friday.
Well,
I just want to start by saying this pretty obvious that Ben Shapiro is
so
terrified.
Many years.
You can all see that now that Charlie Kirk is dead. He seems to be taking multiple stages and demanding an allegiance to Erica Kirk. In fact, it almost seems like he's demanding that nobody inquire further about Erica Kirk. It's odd, because Ben had no allegiance to Charlie Kirk when he was alive. So what is it about Charlie's widow in particular that is inspiring his very public nervous breakdown? Personally, I think he knows something about her. That is what I am sensing, that he knows something about Erica Kirk. And every time he speaks, I grow more certain that Israel might be involved with 9/10. So let's keep investigating. Welcome back to Candace. You know, Ben Shapiro just keeps calling my name out on stage. He's calling for me, and I'd like to show up for him today. Okay, last night he hit the stage at Turning Point USA's AmFest the other night. And I'd like, first and foremost, just to let you all know, some people noticed that he wasn't on the AmFest list for years, and all of a sudden he's back on the speaker list beginning in 2024. I want to let you know how that actually happened. So the story goes, obviously, that in 2024, Ben fired me in March. Well, he would say management fired me. But firing me wasn't enough. He wanted to make sure my reputation and livelihood was also destroyed. Of course, what happened thereafter is Charlie Kirk instantly came out and supported me because we were like brother and sister, always supporting each other publicly. And then I showed you guys a few episodes ago that we found out as I was going to speak in Dallas at their YWLS convention that Ben had sent an intern who was going to ask me a question while I was on stage, but we sort of rumbled this plan. And I called Ben out on stage. Ben did not like that I called him out on stage, so he began working behind the scenes to have Jewish donors start threatening Charlie to make sure that I wasn't invited to speak at year-end because I was an anti-Semite. This is what Charlie told me. And instead, he wanted to be invited. So he's just going to purchase a friendship, right? So he comes at Turning Point USA, and this is what was divulged to me from Andrew Colvett at the time, willing to spend an offensive amount of money to be a part of AmFest. Like I said, that was told to me by Andrew Colvett directly because he wanted to say, look, like, obviously, you know, we are totally, Charlie's 100% on your side. This is like an offensive ad spend. I was like, take it, take his money. I could care less, obviously. And I knew that he was working with Barry Weiss to call and put an article out saying that the donors, the people on the board of TPUSA want Candace gone. All of this petty behind the scenes behavior because I called him out on stage. Okay. So quite literally, this is the definition of buying friends and influence and fame. Now, in case you're listening and thinking, is Ben Shapiro actually capable of that level of pettiness? I'm going to tell you a story about Thomas Sowell. Yes, Dr. Thomas Sowell of Stanford. The story begins in 2023, shortly after October 7th. You know, Ben was sort of having another one of his open nervous breakdowns, and his audience just went kaput. People just stopped watching his podcast because he was screaming at Americans that we needed to prioritize Israel, and people just didn't feel that way. Okay, it's not our country. I'm sorry that happened to you, but why do Americans need to be screamed at about what's happening in the Middle East? Anyways, throughout this time, Brian Mast was wearing an IDF uniform in Congress, and he basically said that there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian life. And when I saw this, as shared by Yashar Ali on X, I responded and I said that genocidal language, no matter who shares it, is always wrong. Genocide is always wrong is what I tweeted, and this caused an emotional breakdown amongst people who support Israel. I didn't think that was a controversial statement. I thought that was sort of what we all believed in. Genocide is always wrong. Anyways, for Ben, he then had some private event, probably at another Jewish donor's house, and somebody caught him standing on a table insulting me over my genocide is always wrong tweet. Take a listen to what Ben had to say.
The question was about Candace Owens. I think her behavior during this has been disgraceful. Without a doubt. I think it's absolutely I think she's been absolutely disgraceful. I think that her faux sophistication on these particular issues has been ridiculous. It's not faux sophistication, it's ridiculous. Everybody can see the moves that she's making and the things that she's saying, and I find them disreputable.
Disreputable, disgraceful. She works at my company. You can imagine that the internet went crazy because they wanted me to respond to him. I can't believe this. They work together, they're colleagues. Somehow this gets leaked. And I want to mention, because it's very relevant, that was on the morning of November 14th. I was 6 days away from giving birth. I was very heavily pregnant. Anyways, I wake up to this, and shockingly, nobody from the Daily Wire steps in to manage the situation. And as you can imagine, virtually every journalist, every person with a media platform was contacting me to comment, to respond to me being insulted by someone. I'm about to give birth, I'm being insulted, and they're not getting anything from the Daily Wire. So I am obviously frustrated. You should also tell you, I had no PR at this time. My PR was the internal PR at the Daily Wire. And it was very clear that their focus was on protecting Ben, even though he was the one who insulted me publicly, because I said that genocide is always wrong. That is the genesis of that statement. That's all I said. Obviously, I wanted to respond angrily to the press. I wanted to hit back at Ben. And I guess you could sort of say my perspective was an eye for an eye. But my husband, who is a better person than me, instructed me that morning to instead take a deep breath, relax, okay? Don't think about what you're feeling in the moment. Think about how you're going to feel in the future. And he instructed me to instead read the Bible, the Sermon on the Mount. And I read through it, and he reminds me that everybody who wants to comment, they don't care about me either, right? They're selling headlines. They want the clicks. They want the drama. And I'm going to feed into that for what reason? For what reason, actually, am I going to give a comment and say something about Ben Shapiro? Blessed are the peacemakers, right? Don't buy into this click culture. And so I tweeted that. Actually, my husband was...
took out just Donald Trump and just Steve Bannon, and we somehow, by way of whistleblower or by something along those lines, like, it would be fucking insane. Efendim baba. Evet. Kai, you're not going on a walk yet.
Missing that deadline is it's unfortunately in line with what the expectation was.
Well, let me just come back on that, because are you saying then they've been rushing to
No, it wouldn't. It's a call. No, dude, come on. This shit's already pissing people off. The more they play this slow roll bullshit, the worse it gets, I think.
That's certainly what it looks like it may be. And the very text of the Epstein Files Transparency Act provided those sorts of loopholes.
You're forgetting something. I think this is Trump's least popular thing, okay? I think it's like, what, 57% of Republicans disapprove of Trump's handling of the Epstein files. 57% of Republicans, okay? There is nothing that comes close to this level of discontent. I know you're like, oh, only 57%. We're talking Republicans only. There is nothing that's like sub 80 approval for Donald Trump amongst Republicans. You understand that, right? These are his cult supporters. Republicans on every other issue are at above 80% approval. So the very fact that almost like the majority of Republicans disapprove of this is not great. Thomas Massey says, unfortunately, today's document released by Pam Bondi grossly fails to comply with both the spirit and the letter of the law that real Donald Trump signed 30 days ago. Representative Khanna is correct. This is a major point of weakness for the Trump administration. And that is precisely the reason why some of the Democrats have been open about like pressing this angle. Yeah, imagine Matt Gaetz was in charge right now. Yeah, imagine Attorney General Matt Gaetz in charge of redacting. He would have loved to look through this documentation, though, especially the CSAM, I assume. You know? More MJ? Yeah, I saw that.
It's possible there would need to likely be some bipartisan support for something like that, and absolutely, if there isn't,
which there was for the law in the first place, right? So the act in the first place had bipartisan support.
That's correct, but it's not quite that straightforward. There was a great deal of infighting, and there was a great deal of controversy about that. And really, at the end of the day, that the act passed because there was really no other choice.
Just coming back on this, though, look, we're discussing the legalities of this. We're discussing Democrats calling out a Republican White House, a Department of Justice that operates under that administration as well. Is there a risk that these 1,200 victims, potentially, that we hear about get lost in all this? That they're the most important people potentially getting forgotten about, the people that you represent?
That is what has been happening since Jeffrey Epstein's death.
The only photo of Donald Trump is photos in the fucking drawer, okay? Which means they missed it. Which implies that they went through all the documents and deleted or redacted Donald Trump's face on all the documents as though he was one of the victims, okay? The only photo that Donald Trump ever is shown in this tranche of data is in the fucking drawer of Jeffrey Epstein. It's not like the primary part. It's not like the main fixture. As in, they literally redacted everything except for, and I think some of the main ones that they fully redacted, I suspect they did because it was identifiable photos of Trump, so they just like redacted it in its entirety. Yeah, it looks like at least some of the photos of Donald Trump slipped through the cracks in the DOJ's attempt to hide them in this partial heavily redacted release. Yeah. There's a photo with Trump's name on a check. I know. Like some stuff slipped through the cracks. But this also, in my opinion, this also shows that they actively did try to redact photos of Donald Trump. New perspective. Donald Trump is a victim. Yeah, he was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. As a white hat pedophile, he was actually just a victim, simply. My brother in Christ, was that the Pope? Yes. Yes, that was the Pope. There's a photo of the Pope there. There's a photo of Bill Clinton, photos of Donald Trump, and also photos of... Holy shit. Photos of Donald Trump and... who else was over there? There was a MBS. Crown Prince. Another Bill Clinton painting has hit the tower. Oh, I haven't seen this one before. This is new. Not as strange as the previous one. Obviously, the famous one is not Francis, the other one, not the woke Pope, the Pope prior to the woke Pope. I'm sure you guys have already seen. I'm sure you guys have already seen the famous photo. It's not new. It's from his profile. Oh, Jeffrey Epstein, international money man and mystery. Terrific guy. Donald Trump booms from a speakerphone. He's a lot of fun to be with. Yeah, this is from the New Yorker profile. I had not seen this one before. But the other one is from his home of Bill Clinton in a dress. That one is Bill Clinton in a dress is obviously the famous one that I'm sure you guys have seen before. Just tuned in. Have you talked about the photo of the IDF shirt found in Jeffrey Epstein's home? Yes, there is a photo of the shirt from his closet, but there's also a photo of Jeffrey Epstein on Lolita Express wearing the IDF sweatshirt. I mean, yeah, this is the famous one. And apparently there's a signed letter next to it. I wonder what the fuck. From the new Epstein file dump, what appears to be a framed caricature of Epstein and Bill Clinton hanging from the bathroom in his townhouse. That's from the profile that they did on Jeffrey Epstein. Lots of creepy art. We've seen some of this stuff already. I had not seen this one before. The infamous painting of Bill Clinton in a blue dress has some kind of signed letter hanging next to it. Can't quite make it out. Yeah, that's interesting. Why the fuck wouldn't they zoom in on that, dude? There's no way to read that, brother. Oh my god. Why didn't they take a special... They take a... Why did they not take a photo of just the thing? AOC calls on Attorney General Pam Bondi to resign. Now the cover-up is out in the open. This is far from over. Everyone involved will have to answer for this. Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, whole admin. Protect a bunch of rapists and pedophiles because they have money, power, and connections. Bondi should resign tonight. Oh my god. Oh my god. Leaking the Epstein files, thinking you finally got Trump, exposes their own party instead. Okay, so there are definitely dumbass bots on the Republican side that think like this is good enough for us, close enough. She ain't resigning. It's the holiday. Trump took no questions. No, I know. The letter is from an airplane stationery 727. Is that what it is? There's obviously the IDF sweater. This is interesting. Photo from a bedroom at Epstein's Little St. James Island. New York Post, his safe of evil. Epstein kept lock stash of underage pics in Upper East Side house. Pics from the Epstein LSJ temple, which appears to be under construction. Very strange. Maybe Trump's DOJ missed. Yeah, this is. Everyone is coming to that same conclusion that the DOJ was heavily redacting all of the Trump involvement in the files, including ones that we know, including ones that we have seen. Oh, here's a different angle of that same letter. We can maybe read it a little bit better here, including the ones that we have. Oh no, we can't fucking read that shit. God damn it. Ay ay ay. It's just, they redacted everything except for the one photo that he's in that they forgot to redact. At one point, remember Pam Bondi said all the CSAM was just commercial CSAM, like he got it off the internet and there was nothing to see there. How can she explain that now? No, I know. There's no random feedback sound. It's just sound from the outside chatters. There's like sound from industrial equipment that you are hearing from the street. It's a airplane 727 letterhead. I assume Boeing 727 letterhead, but I don't know what is actually written on it. But it does look like I mean, it's most likely Bill Clinton that wrote that letter. So we'll see. Yeah, there's Chris Tucker as well. Obviously, that's not surprising. Chris Tucker was known to be on Lolita Express. We know this already. He's one of the few guys that has been able to get away with like just being one of the most famous people that has for years that we've known was on Lolita Express, by the way. Did release confirm that Cash 100% lied under oath as well? I mean, the release definitely shows a lot of inconsistencies in the ways that these guys have fucking communicated about what was in the files and what wasn't in the files.
The Justice Department has made public today.
And obviously, if you, I mean, I don't know who even believes Pam Bondi at this point. According to The Guardian, around 90% of the released Epstein files are redacted. Jesus Christ.
Joining us now, Democrat from California and the ranking Democrat on the House Oversight Committee, Congressman Robert Garcia. So, Congressman, you posted on X saying that you and your team are doing a major review of the documents, adding, quote, "It's clear that this is not a full release." What stands out to you of what's been released or what has not?
Well, first, I think we should be very clear. This is absolutely breaking the law. They have not.
It should be read as 90% of the Epstein files is Donald Trump. 90% of the Epstein files is redacted because 90% of the Epstein files is Donald Trump. I'm kidding. It's not just all Donald Trump.
So there's could be even more than half of the documents we're reviewing right now have already been released. This includes court documents. It includes public video that's already been released to the public. It includes other civil case documents that are in there. The prison footage from Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell's testimony. And all of that information, including about 33,000 pages that were initially released to the Oversight Committee, are all in the public record. That already does not count for new information. Then we have what appears to be new, including some photos and other documents. Those are highly redacted. And we don't really have any explanation as to why they've been redacted or what is actually there in those documents. And so we have right now, what we're seeing is not transparency. This is not what the law passed. This does not meet the subpoena that the Oversight Committee has in place. What it is defying the Congress and quite frankly define what the president signed into law in releasing all of these files. And so the review will continue. They're now saying they're going to try to get these documents over the next few weeks. In our initial estimation, and again, this is our estimation right now, it could be that we're only getting about 10% of what the DOJ likely has. And of that 10%, 5% of that has already been released, and the other 5% is highly redacted. So we're getting very little so far. We hope to get more in the days ahead. But this is Pam Bondi. Donald Trump should release all the files today and immediately.
There's a lot that's been redacted. The White House seems to be arguing that what's been redacted is just to protect the names of the survivors.
Look, I think we have to obviously see what the redactions actually are. At the end of the day, redacting names of survivors and victims absolutely should be the case, and I'm hopeful that they've done that in a way that's responsible. At the same time, we don't know what else is being redacted there. And so we've got to also talk to folks that we know have worked to put these documents together. We have to ensure they're not just redacting the names of those that could have been either co-conspirators or names of men who have abused women and girls. So that information is going to be critical in the days and the weeks ahead. But we also need to be clear at this moment. I've been on the phone with Jamie Raskin and the Judiciary team most of the day. And we agree. We're going to likely have to take legal action if the Trump administration continues to stonewall, continues to not provide us full transcripts, and clearly they don't have a real interest in transparency. The searchable bar that they've included that's supposed to be searchable for the public is not even functioning correctly. And so this is not a real release. This is continuing a cover that's been going on now for months.
Democratic Congressman Robert Garcia of California, thank you so much. Appreciate it, sir. We're just a few hours away from President Trump speaking in the key battleground state of North Carolina. He's already hinted that the economy is going to be a focus of his remarks tonight. Is it going to be the same message Americans heard from the president at the White House earlier this week? Our panel weighs in. Stay with us.
Your sisters are running early.
Early? This headache.
We've got an hour.
Hero is relevant? It's an open-ended question. Of course, what followed Ben Shapiro on stage is somebody who Charlie Kirk loved very much and who he fought for to the very end against the Jewish donors who were pressuring him, some of them because Ben Shapiro insisted that they do. Take a listen to what Tucker Carlson had to say when he hit the stage.
The prediction that, at some point when Republicans took power again, which I did everything I could, to help, and really felt that was important. I still think, I was right. But I really thought that the impulse to deplatform people, or even to use the word platform as a verb, which it's not, it's a noun, don't steal my nouns, deplatform and denounce. Why haven't you denounced somebody else? The whole Red Guard cultural revolution thing that we so hated and feared on the left that we did everything we could to usher in a new time where we could have an actual debate. I mean, this kind of was the whole point of Charlie Kirk's public life. And I think that he died for it. I really believe that. And I know a lot about it because the last several months of Charlie's life were devoted in part to arguing about this event, in fact, this speech, in fact, my speech here, which he asked me to do earlier this year, this summer, and was immediately put under just immense pressure from people who give money to Turning Point, but wanted him to take me off the roster. And this has all become public, and the whole thing is so sad that I talk about it, except to say Charlie stood firm in his often stated and deeply held belief that people should be able to debate, and that if you have something valid to say, if you're telling the truth, you ought to be able to explain it calmly and in detail to people who don't agree with you, and that you shouldn't immediately resort to shut up racist.
That is Charlie Kirk's true legacy, and that is Charlie Kirk's true friend, just as I was and am, and will continue to fight and ask questions about who killed Charlie Kirk. And to people that are at home, I implore you to wake up. to these people who believe that they are contract lords. I challenge Black Americans to wake up to your true history, because your quarrel is not with white men, okay? Wake up to who publishes these books and keeps us warring with one another. Christians versus Christians, right? Christians versus Muslims. Wake up and learn the true history of slavery, because that wasn't exactly a white men sport, okay? Jewish people were the ones that were trading us. Jewish people were in control of the slave trade. They buried a lot of it, but it's there. I think all of us need to wake up to this, because it's making me absolutely sick that he is so bold that he dare sit near Charlie Kirk's chair, that he dare grace that stage when Charlie Kirk knew exactly what Ben Shapiro was and will always be. So again, on your belly, Ben Shapiro. We'll be back after a brief break. All right, you guys, when they double down on abortion, you know that we have to double down on supporting life. Through our partnership with Preborn, we can help save babies and support mothers that are in need. Every day, Preborn's clinics rescue hundreds of babies, because when a mother sees her baby on an ultrasound and hears that tiny heartbeat, her chance of choosing life doubles. And now, thanks to a generous match program, your gift will be doubled as well. That means twice as many ultrasounds, twice as many lives that are saved, and twice as many mothers that are given hope. They're also given diapers, car seats, counseling, and care for up to 2 years. If you've heard about Preborn before and you've not yet taken action, there is no better time than right now to do so. Their work is some of the most important work to help heal our country. One ultrasound is just $28. Obviously, you can give 10 times that if you're able to. Head to preborn.com/Candace to give. Again, that's preborn.com/Candace. Also reminding you guys about the Wellness Company, because what if the sore throat and fever that hits you overnight didn't mean that you have to cancel a family trip, miss work, or waste hours at urgent care? Instead, you could just open your medical emergency kit from the Wellness Company, match your symptoms to the doctor-recommended guide, and start treatment immediately. This is not a first aid kit. It's actually sort of a mini urgent care center at your fingertips. Inside, you'll find 4 prescriptions to treat over 30 conditions like COVID, strep throat, pneumonia, plus more. There's no more waiting rooms or pharmacy lines, just modernized medicine right when you need it. Ordering is simple. At checkout, you just complete a short intake form, and a licensed doctor will review it, fill out your prescriptions, and the kit will arrive to your home in a week. No one wants to be sick during the holidays, so be prepared. Save yourself time and money. The Medical Emergency Kit puts urgent care in your hands. Order your kit now by heading to twc.health/Candace and use code Candace if you want to save up to $45 off plus free shipping. Again, that's twc.health/Candace and use code Candace at checkout. I should mention also the kits are available to U.S. residents only. And reminding you guys about Tax Network USA, because maybe you owe back taxes or you've not filed your taxes in years. Well, if that's you, then now is the time to resolve those tax matters. The national conversation around abolishing the income tax system, the IRS is fighting back and proving that it's here to stay by becoming more aggressive than ever before. They're sending out more collection notices, filing more tax liens, and collecting billions more than in recent years. The IRS can take your wages, bank account, Social Security, retirement, and even your home. If you owe or haven't filed, it is not a question of if the IRS will act, but rather when they will act. Right now, Tax Network USA is offering a completely free IRS research and discovery call to show you exactly where you stand and what they can stop for you before it's too late. Their powerful programs and strategies can save you thousands or even eliminate your debt entirely if you qualify. So do not make a serious mistake by representing yourself or calling the IRS on your own. Waiving your rights can cost you even more money. They're obviously not on your side. You can get protected the right way with Tax Network USA and start the process of settling your tax matters once and for all. Call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/Candace for your free discovery call with Tax Network USA. Again, that's tnusa.com/Candace. If there is going to be one solitary person who convinces me, who has convinced me that the public is justified in looking into Erica Kirk, it is Ben Shapiro, okay? Didn't like Charlie. You're telling me he's just obsessed with defending the honor of his widow? No, he's fearful. He's fearful of something about Erica Kirk. He just keeps calling out Erica Kirk on stage, demanding allegiance to Erica Kirk. Who are you? Actually, who are you? Why are you in this conversation? Why were you so quick to say that you would pick up his bloody mic and carry on? And didn't you just fire half of your force that was involved in Daily Wire Kids, only to then drop $1 million on Charlie's show? Again, weaseling your way into the chair. And you weren't invited to go on there, but Matt Walsh was. Because that's what you do. You wheel and deal behind the scenes. Where people think that you're liked. It's embarrassing, really, Ben. It's truly, honestly embarrassing. Why are you not embarrassed to be alive? I don't understand it. Anyways, so his general demeanor is starting to make me think that there's something there, right? The Fort Huachuca thing, it's definitively compelling, I would say. I am learning also that Fort Huachuca has ties to Liberty University and that you can attend classes there and achieve your degree at Liberty University. Still working to verify that. Mark Amadei, we're going to get to that, actually, that congressman in a second. Amadei has come out and really kind of not answered where he was on the morning of the 9th. And as I said, I don't know if we can rely entirely on the memory of one person who believes that he saw these individuals. But what I can say is that we verified 1,000% that he was where he said he was, that there was a meeting. Bree says that there was a meeting. We verified that Captain Neff was there, the one that he says was nice, but he got questioned for a very long time and they wanted to hold him for 24 hours. So everything else that people are trying to dig up about Mitch, you can just ignore. If that is a distraction, right? The only way that you can help debunk anything that he has said is to say, oh, actually, I was the person that was there. It wasn't this congressman, it was me. Or I was staying at the Candlewood Inn and Suites and I saw this couple or, these two individuals in the hotel as well. And it was actually somebody else. It was my cousin. We are looking only for somebody to debunk those two aspects, okay? Because he was where he says he was, and everything else we have verified. Ignore the noise and stay focused on that note, because we did know that he was going to get attacked by a lot of trolls, and I did tell you we would put together a Give, Send, Go. You can support Mitch at givesendgo.com/Candace Podcast. I literally just hit publish on this right before we went live because I realized I hadn't done it. I need to fill out more and a little bit more of the story, but givesendgo.com/Candace Podcast to support him. And like I said, I got the paperwork regarding his lawsuits, everything he said about being put on an NDA for 35 years. It is all real. It is all verified. Take my word on it. You don't have to send a bunch of emails and saying, well, maybe this sounds weird. How do you get onto the base? We verified it all, okay? Now, regarding Fort Huachuca and what it is, who he believes that he saw, we told you obviously that he thought that he saw the congressman from Vegas, Mark Amadei. And I will say, regarding the call sign in Vegas, we keep telling you that call sign at various times says Sam 702 or RCH 702. Well, that's Vegas. 702 is Vegas. Talking just about area codes. Obviously, 702 is Vegas. So that could just be obviously a coincidence, but it becomes compelling. Well, Mark Amadei apparently received a ton of phone calls from his constituents who wanted to know where he was. Like, where were you actually on the morning of the 9th? I want to remind you guys, the meeting was concluding at 7:30. We verified his call logs. We verified everything. The meeting was concluding around 7:30 a.m. in the morning on the 9th on Fort Huachuca, at Fort Huachuca. So it is entirely possible, and as flight routes show for planes that did maybe perhaps were in attendance at this meeting, you can get back to D.C. You just can, obviously, in that time frame. Well, Mark Amadei tweeted this. He tweeted, for those of you information consumers who are stuck in practices of the old days, who prefer facts to dreams and falsehoods, take comfort knowing that in public service, there is this thing called public record. Public record on September 8th indicates that I was returning to Washington, D.C. from my district and voting on the floor of the House of Representatives. And on September 9th, in a 12-hour markup in the House Appropriations Committee, of which I am a member, as well as voting on the House floor. Should you prefer video to the words of a member of the federal legislature, please feel free to view the House Appropriations Committee's recording of said event on that date. To quote Ronald Reagan, facts are stubborn things. Merry Christmas. So it's like, whoa, serving up. I was for 12 hours locked into this meeting. And so there I am. There's my alibi. Well, very quickly, the interneted. and realized that actually he missed 2 of the roll calls that happened in the morning, and that he was present in the evening or late afternoon. We are still working to verify that. I replied to that feed, but I can tell you what this person posted and showed. Diligent Dennison on X wrote, exposed, Rep. Mark Amade tries and fails to give a solid alibi for the alleged September 9th meeting with Charlie Kirk's security, Brian Harpole. The rep claims to have been traveling to D.C. from his district on September 8th, then in a committee meeting for 12 hours all day on the 9th. However, he was not present for roll call until the 3rd meeting in mid-afternoon on the 9th in D.C. This means he could have spent the night in Arizona on September 8th, attended the morning meeting on the 9th, and caught a military flight 3 to 4 hours away from the base to make it in time for the 3rd roll call in D.C. I can't believe he tried to act like you were there all day. Cooked at the end there. And they were able to demonstrate, according to record, that he did miss 2 of the roll calls. Now, there might be a reason. Again, we are looking for follow-up, and our goal here is if he has an alibi and he was there on the floor for 12 hours, we would be obviously happy to say that. Like I said, we can confirm every aspect of Mitch's story, but we can't confirm his memory and whether or not he is good with facial recognition. But I do find it to be compelling for a few reasons. One is that I was actually given the travel logs for Brian Harpole, and it is entirely possible that Brian Harpole could have made it for that meeting. I can tell you that definitively. Brian Harpole could have made it to that base for that early morning meeting. There is no question. And obviously, in the interest of making sure that I'm not misrepresenting him, I have now reached out to Brian Harpole twice. I have his number because he was Charlie's security. I went on tour with Charlie for years. Messaged him. I know that he received it according to iMessage. I messaged him again. I messaged him, just so we're clear, before we went live yesterday, and I messaged him again since, and I asked him, hey, look, we're only in the interest in telling the truth. If you were somewhere that morning, let us know, and we'll clarify that. You would think that he would jump at opportunity, because why would you want to have people even thinking or surmising that you could have been at this meeting when you can easily debunk it? We got crickets from him. Again, it could turn out that it was a Brian Harpole lookalike. It is totally plausible that he just mistook someone's identity, and I am totally open to that and just looking for more information. There was one person who we are vetting who believes that they have evidence that the people that Mitch saw were in fact on that base on that date. We will keep you guys obviously posted on that. Now, something else interesting happened. I have been sending, just so you know, when I send Mitch stuff that's happening and I'm trying to guess who was there or who wasn't there, I don't give him the context when I send him pictures. So when he first described the congressman, described the person's height and their, glasses, this or that, I had sent a few congressmen. He was like, no. And then we landed upon the Las Vegas congressman. We did not give him the name. I didn't know his name, to be honest with you. And he went, that's the guy. So it was interesting. And of course, this was before we discovered the planes and the route to Las Vegas, so that was compelling. Yesterday, and genuinely because I was sitting down having a discussion at dinner with Johnny Yep, who runs Catholic for Catholics, and we were sort of discussing everything. And I get this text message from Skylar being like, Ben Shapiro's like on stage, she's just like calling you out again. I said to myself, what is his investment in this? Why do I feel like he's somewhere along the way implicated in something? Let me clarify, I'm not saying he murdered Charlie Kirk, but it doesn't matter if I said that either way. His whole style is to try to sue people out of the free markets because he can't win in the free markets. But yeah, I'm going, what is this? Why do I feel like there's a hook here? And at that time, someone had mentioned to me, hey, did you see what's going viral right now on X? Which is that Erica Kirk lied about having not dated anybody before Charlie Kirk. And actually, I knew that she had dated somebody before Charlie Kirk, and I had never known that she had made that claim, and people were starting to make all of these videos about it and wondering if she had misremembered or whether or not she was telling an intentional lie about her past. Now, what I can say is that there does seem to be disparity between her version of events and other people's version of events. definitively at that meeting, obviously, I've already intimated that to you. Like Andrew Colvett has a memory, Erica Kirk has a memory, and then the surgeon has a memory, right? I should also mention that the surgeon said, and again, this is through a third-party person, so it's not a direct alignment between me and the surgeon, that he absolutely did not violate HIPAA when he suggested, hey, maybe it's a frangible bullet, but rather that it was a three-way call with him and Andrew and Erica. I don't know if he's telling the truth or if Erica's telling the truth and Andrew Colvett was flying blind. But, you know, there's a disparity. And as I was looking at this, I sort of went, oh, wait, yeah, I do remember that Charlie told me about Cabot Phillips dating a girl. For some reason, I thought it was Sammy, the other girl that he had a crush on. And I was like, was it Erica? That's so funny. I'm trying to remember this. And then I saw a picture in somebody's TikTok of Cabot Phillips. I hadn't seen him in a very long time, and he works for the Daily Wire. And he had a beard. And that was the thing that he kept saying to me, as this guy had a beard. He's around 37. Anyways, I sent him the picture of Cabot Phillips, and he says, yes, that's the person I remember being at the base. Now I'm like, that would be totally crazy. Maybe, again, this could be a lookalike. And so I messaged Cabot Phillips and did not get a response. I messaged Cabot Phillips twice today, actually, and asked him if he wanted to have an off-record conversation, because we can't just like take that to the bank. Like I said, I am terrible with faces. So if I saw Cabot Phillips, I had to just from memory, there's like 30,000 other people I would say it was definitely him too. And I can't trust Mitch's vision on this, but it at least is compelling. And I was like, let me do some basic fact checks here. What do I even know about this guy, Cabot Phillips? And I know that he does the Morning Wire at the Daily Wire. And I checked, and he's missing from the Morning Wire. He doesn't do it daily, but he does it enough times that I noticed that he is missing from September 4th to the September 10th on that show. And so I am looking to see, to just debunk or like remove him from the picture, that and maybe to get a clearer understanding that maybe, you know, Mitch thinks he remembers things. I mean, he's super detail oriented, like telling me what kind of watch the person was wearing, because he was like, I was going to go up to him and I was going to say something. But I'm going, I don't know anything about actually Cabot Phillips. And it was very difficult to find any information outside of his father, who I found a lot of information about, actually. He's a pretty big guy, you know, taking a lot of money from the Adelsons. And he's definitely a neocon, I'll tell you that for free. So I thought, could this be the reason that, you know, in my back of my mind, could this be the reason that Ben's having some sort of a weird spiral? Does he know something? Or is this just a case, and it could be, just be very clear, it could be a full case of Mitch misremembering, but I didn't give him the context. I didn't say this is Erica's ex-boyfriend from 2017. And I just found that to be interesting. And yeah, so I don't know what the reason would be to say that you didn't date someone. You did. And I don't understand it. I genuinely don't understand that at all. And the internet did pull this up, which I think we can show that. Yes, we're that couple who gets painting lessons together. There's a lot of social media activity between her and his family. I was also really compelled by how close she is with her cousin, this Nicole Rothstein, who defends her in the comments currently, by the way, and says, you know, Erica, people were asking why it seems like now there's this bend towards Israel. And Nicole Rothstein was like, I'm her cousin. She's half Jewish. I did not genuinely, I did know that she was part Jewish. I don't know about any of this at all, but it is interesting that they had a relationship, and I don't know why that's being wiped from the memory. There's nothing wrong with having a relationship before you find the love of your life at all. And so I'm hopeful that we can get some answers. And that's why I ask them publicly. When I can't get answers privately, I ask them publicly. Do you want to know why? Because I have a right to ask questions. And like I said, I don't like the way Ben is signaling that he doesn't want people looking into Erica. Okay. And when people start looking in, they then find that a Daily Wire employee dated her. So that seems interesting, to say the very least. And we should figure out, you know, what's actually going on. Like, what is actually going on? He even says the Mossad. I never once said the Mossad killed Charlie Kirk. So was that by accident? Definitely starting to think in a major way that Israel's got something to do with killing Charlie Kirk. And the Egyptian planes, which we are putting the final touches on because I don't want there to be even one typo or mistake on this, that we're going to put up on our website. It leads you to Israel. It just does, okay? There's no question. That's why they were panicking about the Egyptian planes Fort Huachuca is involved in lawsuits and sworn affidavits regarding 9/11, people who asserted that the prepping for that took place. The vibes are vibing here at Fort Huachuca. The more of it I learned about Fort Huachuca, and that's why we open you guys to this investigation to send us tips. And I would like to focus you on what we would like to learn. If you have concrete evidence of what occurred at Fort Huachuca on the early morning of the 9th, we want to hear from you. We do not want an email about what Mitch did in 1993 and why you don't think he's a good person because he had a divorce with his wife. We just don't need that. We do not want an email saying, I'm in the military. It would be unusual for them to allow him to book the hotel. We've already confirmed all of it. He has a literal video of him that's 18 minutes long asking for directions to get to where he's going. We can see in the background where he is. We don't want you to waste your time on that. We have verified everything we could verify about the story. We cannot verify the people. And I just sense that there's something there because Ben is coming undone, and he only comes undone about one topic, and that is Israel. So we will take a break, and I will answer some of your questions. All right, you guys, you should know that as a consumer, you actually carry the success or the failure of a business in the palm of your hands. Their success depends on your decision to spend money with them or their competitor. Well, my friends at Pure Talk would like to say thank you from the bottom of their hearts for choosing Pure Talk for your wireless needs. Because of you, they've had a record-breaking year. Because of your generosity, through their Roundup for Charity program, they've been able to donate over $500,000 to America's Warrior Partnership, who stands on the front lines of preventing veteran suicide. Your patronage has allowed Pure Talk to donate 1,000 hand-sewn, made-in-America flags to your fellow veterans. And when you choose Pure Talk as your wireless provider, you choose to support American jobs. Like I said, as a consumer, you have the power to make or break companies. And with the money the big wireless guys throw around on advertising, you are inundated with offers everywhere that you look. So from everyone in the Pure Talk family, thank you for your trust and God bless America. Also reminding you guys about American Financing because the Fed has dropped rates for the 4th time this year. And if you're a homeowner, you should call American Financing today. You could be saving real money every single month. High interest debt is crushing budgets across the country, but homeowners who act now are using their equity to wipe it out. American Financing customers are saving an average of $800 a month, with some getting rates in the low 5s, which is a massive difference compared to credit cards charging 20% or more. You can speak with a salary-based mortgage consultant and find out exactly what you qualify for. There are never any upfront fees to find out how much you could be saving. You move quickly. You could even delay 2 mortgage payments, putting cash back in your pocket immediately. So call American Financing today. The sooner you act, the quicker you can save. Call 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210. Or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. That's AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. And of course, you guys know I'm going to tell you about Nimi Skincare because it's cold outside. December's here. The weather's dry. And if you're like me, your skin is definitely feeling it. This is the time of year when we could all use a little extra to help keep our skin moisturized, healthy, and glowing. And you guys already know that I love what Nimi Skincare is doing, especially this Christmas season, because while other brands are tiptoeing around, trying to be inclusive with their happy holiday messaging, Nimi is just decked out for Christmas. It's bright, joyful, it's unapologetic, and I'm obviously here for it. Now, if you are wondering what I'm personally using right now, my skin gets pretty dry in the winter, so I've been using Nimi's Sunshine Tallow Cream, pairing that with their Buzzin' Tallow Balm, and my skin has never been softer. There's no dryness, no cracking. There's just rich moisture that lasts all day. And what I love most is that their formulas are clean, simple, and they work. And yes, they make incredible gifts for the women in your life who appreciate great skincare and American-made values. Moms, sister, daughters, grab a few and you will thank me later. Here is the deal. You can use code Candace10 and you'll get 10% off your order at NIMIskincare.com. That's NIMIskincare.com. Don't wait. Get your skin the care that it needs this winter. Treat yourself, grab a couple of gifts, and support a brand that actually stands for something this Christmas season. Okay, you guys, reminding you, if you would like to purchase my book for Christmas, you can do so on Amazon now. You can just add it to your cart and you will absolutely love it. It really gets into the history of feminism and who brought the plague to break down families to America. And you can really trace that right back to the same people who assassinated the Tsar, people who believe that they have a right to murder people to take what they want. That is the guiding principle and philosophy of some religions, certainly not the Christian one. Anyways, makehimasandwich.com if you'd like to buy direct from us, and you can purchase signed copies, which I'll be signing a lot more directly on CandaceOwens.com. A good time to mention to you guys that I had a very crazy week, and I'm so sorry that we had to bump book club again. There will not be a book club tonight, and I will be sure to reset one. We just need to figure out with Mark's travel schedule. Mark Princess. You know what, Mark? I have a question. Where are you going, actually? Where do you think you're going?
I'm going to Fort Huachuca.
Oh. To get your intelligence training. Okay, I got it. Okay. Well, we also have new merch on the website, by the way. And that also makes a good Christmas gift. We have fun merch, and we have new merch that's going to be dropping. It's a way that you can support the show. And I also want to encourage you guys to support Mitch, because he has people picking apart his entire life. One person was like, was diagnosed with PTSD. Oh, shocking. Like, do you know how many of our veterans are diagnosed with PTSD because of what they lived through in the military? Like, what kind of a monster are you to even pull that up? It just makes me sick. You can support Mitch, and I will be doing that too. You'll see that I haven't donated yet because I literally hit publish on that right before we went live. But you can support Mitch at givesendgo.com/Candace podcast. And yeah, it feels good to be doing stuff from the people to the people, not relying on these traditional modes of really slavery, people that are artificially created in the market and are protected. And what do? They always want people to be removed from the market because they can't compete. If the rules are fair, they would be nowhere. That's the Barry Weisses and Ben Shapiro's of the world. They would be absolutely nowhere. I mean, imagine having your dad babysit you and like write mean comments to people on the internet, and you're like 45 years old. Like, what even are we talking about? Okay, top comment from last episode. Stephanie writes, why would this man willingly bring hell on himself if he was not telling the truth? I know. And there's so much more about his story. Like, when you start reading what they put him through, it's unbelievable. And again, I think that's why so many veterans who have honestly been through these scenarios with the military just wrote so many beautiful emails. I wish I could share them all with him. Many people, by the way, who completely verified what he said about Fort Huachuca. One person who even said, oh, that year I was actually JTF, and he's absolutely telling the truth because of the horses. That part he talks about, like the horseback riders, and they told me who the general was that insisted that they all learn to ride horses. So he is very much being supported, and we can do this stuff without support from the mainstream media. Let them keep calling us crazy. I'm okay with that. We would only be crazy if we believed anything that they were saying at this point. Unaffected COVID writes, go Max, Candace, go Max. Thank you for that donation. Chance Callahan writes, as a gay Tennessean and OG Candace stan, I have always appreciated your authenticity and intellectual honesty. I used to have to defend my support of you, but that is no longer. The people are waking up and recognizing who and what is fake and gay. Stay safe and thank you. Yeah, even the way when he tries to like diss me on stage and he's like, retarded. The way he says retarded is like, he's so effortlessly uncool. That's what I want to say about Ben. He's just like effortlessly uncool. So cringe. 8 Birds writes, all I want for Christmas is justice for Charlie. Here's a Christmas present for you, Candace. Thank you. I am so grateful for you, and I pray for you constantly. Keep it up. God is using you in a big way. Thank you. And I feel that way. I feel like all of this is us just breaking the shackles. Like, there have just been mental shackles that have been put on us, telling us we have to stay in line, that we have to accept this, that we have to believe in this arbitrary authority. And everyone around the world is waking up to it. Like, we are just waking up to how absolutely duped we have become as a society, believing that this system is fair when it's so clearly rigged in our faces. And yeah, I just hope that people feel inspired to similarly go Max and stand up against it. And I don't even care about these lawsuits anymore. I mean, Ben's going to get me legal letters so fast. I don't care, man. This is your hope. The Pharisees, people who write the laws, and we got the judges, and blah, blah, blah. We'll put you in a private court and sue you for liking tweets. Like, you heard him on stage. Like, I was like literally sued for liking tweets. You know how petty you have to be to even look at somebody's likes? What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? And then publicly trying to pretend like you care about free speech while you privately sue people who are just trying to leave your company after they're fired. You fired me. Like, let me go. Like, please let me go. Stop telling people you're chosen. You are not chosen to do shit except within the synagogue of Satan. Clearly, because everything you do is the manufacturing of lies, bullying, getting people to write articles, smearing, libeling. Yeah, it's pretty explicit what kind of people engage in that sort of stuff. So anyways, let me stop telling you guys how I really feel. AU Basri writes, damn, let her cook. Nam writes, I might not be rich, but this is for the joy you gave me for calling out Mini Benny out for his Napoleon complex. I haven't had a laugh that good in a while. Thank you, go Max, stay Max. Guys, this isn't even the tip of the iceberg in terms of what that man has put me through because I survived. Like, literally, it's like, that's why I say it's a slave owner mentality. It's very obvious that that's what it is. Why are you hosting 300 people to fire someone? What is that? Here's what she did wrong. Here's what she did wrong. And I'm just like the one who doesn't even flinch because literally F you. Yeah, literally F you. I don't care. Stop. Kanye was right. He was totally right. That's why he burned down his life and said, I'd rather rebuild it than let you own 1 ounce of it. And when you do rebuild it and they don't own it, well, then you get into a scary territory, right? You get into a scary territory because what they are willing to do to take when they can't earn it, it's very scary. History tells us and shows us. A KXH writes, they're angry that Candace is intelligent, eloquent, beautiful, and stays beating them at every turn. I'm so glad that you spoke up about the racial element of this. You're a role model to us black women everywhere. Candace, go Max. Yeah, as black people just gotta learn your history, man. You gotta learn the minstrel shows, who's behind the minstrel shows, and the truth behind the Jim Crow laws, and even when you learn about the Klansmen, I mean, the things that happened, and all they had to do was control our textbooks and keep us all fighting each other. And you're out here talking about what the white man has done. Who do you think tried to genocide the white man in Europe? Right? Yeah, take a look at that. I keep telling you, watch that PBS documentary that they came after me hardcore for speaking about. What the Savage piece? Yeah, those are your ancestors, guys. Yeah, you are European, like white Europeans. These are your ancestors, and with propaganda, they basically mow the lawn. They get you as white men to sign up and agree to murder white men on the other side of the world. It's white men murdering white men, and for different reasons being propagandized. Wake up. Like, we all need to wake up and lock arms against sheer evil. And the military-industrial complex is sheer evil. And the psychological games they are playing with people, they're playing on people, is sheer evil. What Charlie was going through in the end, because of Jewish donors threatening him, we're going to take everything, if you even let Tucker speak, over speech, is sheer evil. It's despicable. Somebody should apologize for it. Instead, they go, we'll buy our way. And Benny will sit near Charlie's chair and we'll pretend he was his friend. We can just buy everything. We'll buy your compliance. No. Actually, our answer to that is no. Christy writes, and that midget horse you rode in on, LOL, I love you, Candace. And I mean it. Like, really, I mean that. And I know I'm probably most definitely going to have to confess, but I have taken the high road enough, and I'm sick of the lawfare. Stop showing up to my house because you do things to me. Like, imagine doing something to someone and then demanding they apologize for it. It's totally crazy. And I extended every courtesy, you guys. I extended every courtesy. My husband really said, let's do the Christian thing. But I realized you can't really do the Christian thing with people that hate Christ. It doesn't work. Christian thing doesn't work with people who hate Christ. So, if you're a good Talmudic Jew, as he always says he's a Talmudic Jew, you will understand what you get, what's in the Talmud. Exactly what he means, exactly what he thinks about you. It's important that you understand that. 7 Sheets writes, what a year. You deserve a break, but we'll be waiting. You deserve Journalist of the Year for just not being bi, fake, and gay. God bless and be safe. Thank you guys so much. Herbster writes, our new motto in Candace's 2028 presidential campaign slogan should be, today is another great day to go Max. And just be go Max. I would never run for president. I hate everybody that's in DC. I hate their values. I think they are despicable. And how they have acted since Charlie has been assassinated. I hate that they are embarking on this psychological campaign to try to make us believe that what happened that day was normal. It has made me lose faith in politics. It has not made me lose faith in the Lord. And in many ways, I see everything that Charlie wanted. I understand that he knew he was going to die, and I understand that it has to be me that defends him and exposes this entire matrix to the world. So anyways, you guys, I think I've said enough today. So we'll see you. Whenever we see you, I will communicate. We might do something next week. I know I owe you guys a book club, but we'll see you soon.
In the NFL, when the temperature drops, the stakes rise.
And so I wanted to ask Nick Fuentes out of the gates, what does he think of this moment we're in? Because we have Susie Wiles in this TV interview, this Vanity Fair interview, and she said similar things in the TV interview, so I tend to think it's accurate. Like shots at Elon Musk with him taking ketamine to relax and all these other statements. And she looks like she doesn't understand she's on TV. And then they take from that, well, is this the end of the Trump era? Well, I don't want it to be the end right now, but we should think about what comes after. So there's a lot there. This is an administration in crisis. And we're not saying that to join the Democrats and create a crisis. We're in a crisis. You called the crisis beforehand, and so I want to get into it. And then we've got all these other issues that we'll get into on Islam and what's the main threat to America and long-term what comes after Trump. Nick Fuentes, Nick J. Fuentes on Rumble. Follow him on X as well. Nick, great to have you here with us today. And I know you've got your topics as well I want to get into, but first off, what is the state of the union right now? What does Trump need to do tonight versus what do you predict he does?
Well, I think the state of the union is very bad right now. When you look at what was promised in 2024, it was supposed to be a golden age, no new wars, close the border, all this sort of stuff. And I think everybody realizes at this point that that has not happened. And it doesn't even seem that the administration is trying very hard. And what's sad about it is it seems that the administration doesn't even know where to go after this. As you said, it is an objective fact. It's not subjective opinion. It's not black pilling. The administration has its lowest approval since Trump got back into office. I think it's down to 39%. That's one of the lowest numbers we've had since the first term. And you see that the administration seems to not really know how to bounce back. And we talked about it shortly after the off-year election back in November. Trump administration is totally fumbling from one thing after the next, flopping around with the Epstein files. Then you had the Marjorie Taylor Greene leaving Congress. Now you have this post about Rob Reiner, who was brutally murdered at his home in Hollywood. And these are all things that not only are they not winning back the whole country, let's say like the middle or the coalition that propelled Trump into office in 24, but it's even losing Trump's most virile supporters, his biggest and loudest supporters, people like Marjorie Greene. Why is she not on the team? People that wanted transparency on Epstein files, why are they not on the coalition? And, you know, stuff like that post on Truth Social, I don't know anybody that likes that. I don't know anybody that thinks that's acceptable. So
well, let's be clear,
the administration,
we love Trump attacking powerful globalists like Hillary, saying he'll be in prison. But it's an obvious no-brainer. I put a video out saying I was sad he was dead, because I genuinely was, even though I didn't like Rob Reiner and he'd gotten me deplatformed and celebrated it, been involved with Brennan doing it. I said he was still a talented guy. I'm sorry he's dead. But even from a cynical view, say something nice about a man and woman brutally murdered by their son. Like, it's the dumbest move. So you have to ask about a 79-year-old Trump. I don't think it's dementia. I don't think he's, but regardless, he's making very bad decisions. I mean, that is, just as a microcosm, what a crazy PR decision.
Well, he's floundering. He's floundering. And I think, like we talked about last time, sadly, it seems like he has fully engaged the old playbook, which is that he's in trouble. He knows he's in trouble. The approval ratings are down. His base seems to be leaving him a little bit. And whenever that happens, he always doubles down on mean tweets, let's say, as a category. Not necessarily a mean post on Twitter, although that is how it is expressed and how it manifests. But he doubles down on cruelty, culture war, laying into his enemies, ranting on television. And that used to be a playbook that worked, I think, back in the first administration or even in that first election in 2016. But now it seems like he sort of lost his touch. It's kind of tone deaf. Whereas at one time, he was bringing that fight against, like you said, the globalists, somebody like Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama. Who's he attacking now? Now it's anybody that wanted Epstein files. Now it's Marjorie Greene, who is one of his people, who is like one of the first MAGA congressmen that rode that wave
She made
after
that
his
point
original.
yesterday, and it's on record, she's right. He has all these Republicans in that vote against him, but they kiss his ass, and then she votes 98% of the time with him, but warns him, and then he turns on her and calls her a traitor. That is so stupid, and it hurt him bad in the polls. Like, that's dumb.
Exactly, and that's what's sad is you have these policy failures, and I agree with you in many ways. It's a long 4 years. A lot of this stuff is complicated. Trump is trying, and you're right, it's not all bad. There are some things that are good that are going on, and I think that people might have patience for him to follow through. But the problem is he's reacting badly to the poll numbers, and it's making everything worse. It's compounding the failure. So you have a first year, which is pretty lackluster and disappointing. People get upset. In order to make people happy, he starts lashing out wildly, floundering with really no strategy, and if there is, not a very good one. And now people are accelerating their exit from the party. And so the question is, does Trump have the power inside of himself to make himself new again? Can he renew? Can he get on a solid footing? Or is this just going to be like a miserable,
You're absolutely
long
right.
decline?
It's like he was good the first 6 months, and during the campaign last year and a half, he was really good at not being the reactionary, manipulated Trump. Now he's worse than ever. Jimmy Kimmel had no viewers. He talks about him, boosts his ratings, empowers him. What is Susie Wiles doing, giving corporate media interviews to Vanity Fair? It's like they just don't get it. And so the old Trump that had problems but woke up, got better, now it's back to the old Trump, but worse.
Yes, and that was a big part of my prediction last year, as I said he just hasn't learned his lesson. Because the first administration, let's be honest, it's not what anybody really wanted. He didn't really deliver the victory. And what I wanted to see in 24 is, okay, you've had a go at it. You've been there for 4 years. You made your connections. Are you now going to be able to go in and govern better, govern effectively? And I remember during the campaign, I saw a lot of things that suggested, no, it's the same old Trump. And actually, maybe he's probably worse. So it has been a big disappointment, and I think it's even more disappointing because there's such a mandate. There's such an opportunity right now, and you hate to speak about it in these ways, but Charlie Kirk being assassinated, that was actually a political opportunity to get things done, to tackle the left, which is trying to kill and persecute our side. And so to not only not deliver on this historic mandate when you win the election, but also then to pass up opportunities. And again, you hate to speak about it in those terms, but this is politics.
Let me give you an example. Like 6-7 days after, they bring up Charlie. I know people behind the scenes said Trump was very upset, all of this. And they go to Trump and say, what about Charlie? And he goes, never mind, look at the ballroom. And it was just like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like, it's true. We are under attack. The left's saying kill us. He should make a bigger issue out of that. Exactly. He suddenly went from making a lot better moves during the campaign in the first 3 or 4 months to running out Elon, doing all this. Susie Wiles attacking Elon. Oh, he's a ketamine head. I mean, it's bad.
It is bad, and it seems like that whole approach just failed, because I like the Doge approach. I like the Elon Musk approach. I liked how they talked about operating, which is we're going to move quickly.
He had the highest ratings ever during that, and that's made the Republican establishment scared, and somehow they manipulated him to kick him out. And then the people want to cheerlead Trump. Oh, you're a traitor. You're for Elon. I'm like, no, idiots. Elon is a freaking genius. We need him in there, and it's popular, you dumbasses.
Yeah, I think people loved it. People like the idea of bringing that energy to the White House and actually disrupting. That's the whole point, is to drain the swamp, get rid of the deep state, actually shake things up. And you're right. I think that got too popular. Maybe too many people liked it. Or, you know, Elon wasn't playing the patronage system. He was going in there and firing people that were protected or felt like they were protected. And so they lashed out and said, no, you don't understand. That's not how things work around here. In D.C., everybody needs to get their back scratched. Everybody needs to get paid or whatever. And now we are back to that kind of sclerotic tempo that we had in the first term. And I think it'll be met with similar results. It's like we've been talking about. Midterms are next year. We almost certainly lose the House. We might even lose it earlier than that, sadly, you know, between now and New Year's Eve or in January. And then what do you do? Does it get better after we lose the House? I think it gets worse. So,
by the way, some listeners won't get that. If you have enough Republicans quit or leave, like MTG, they're only down to 1 or 2. They don't vote. They've already lost the House technically.
Exactly, because it's a 4-vote majority as of 24. They've had a number of people withdraw. And this is typically when people announce their retirement, is during the holiday season, on the off year. And so you're right. If they lose a few more seats, then they lose the majority. And then they can't govern even earlier, even before 26. And, you know, that's not really a glowing endorsement. This is supposed to be the golden age, and people are literally headed for the exits before the midterms even happen, before you even lose the election. So it's really
sad. All because Trump literally slaps him around on TV. By the way, certain people have said, oh, MTG's not getting real threats. It's on record she has. I get threats. Guy tried to come and kill you earlier this year. And they're like, oh, she's making it up. No, I talked to her on the phone, and the police reports are there. They are under total assault right now. And she's like, I'm not running for president. I'm done. She's like, I'm a successful businesswoman. I did my tour. You know, she's done. And people love MTG. I mean, that hurt Trump. Again, he probably lost 3-4 points doing that to her. Again, it's idiotic. And I'll say it, Trump, you're destroying yourself. We need you to succeed. God almighty.
It's really sad about Marjorie Greene. And you know what? People understand how she feels, because we've all been on this train for 10 years. We've all been on this ride, and we've all sacrificed a lot. The threats are real. The lawfare is real. Everything that has happened to you, to me, Marjorie, Tim Pool, all these people that have been under the gun. We've been fighting this battle for a very long time, and for Trump to get this opportunity, he finally has like ultimate power, let's say, House, Senate, White House, popular vote, Supreme Court. He really has an opportunity to move, and he's just blowing it. And on top of it, then going in and attacking the people that helped propel him into the office, for demanding the Epstein files, for not wanting regime change in Iran. You know, the basic promises. And so you look at someone like Marjorie Greene, she goes, well, you know what, then I'm out. I don't need to have my kids threatened. I don't need to have my family threatened to die. If we're all in this battle for a leader who's not really leading from the front, she goes, I don't need this, I'm out. And you sort of understand it. Now, I think that you really can't give up. I mean, and I think you and I are on the same page. You have to fight it through to the finish. I don't know that we'd be doing anything other than this.
I was about to say, that's the paradox. We talked about the phone a few days ago. This isn't perfect. It's got problems, but the alternative, what do the Democrats do if they get back in? I mean, we got to talk about that. So there's got to be a way there's got to be a way to slap Trump around. Here's the question. Can he be reproved? Can we turn this around?
Honest answer, no, I don't think so. I feel like this is deja vu all over again. And I remember covering the first term until 2020 and saying, here's how Trump can still do it. We still have 1 year to do Section 230 or close the border, you know, whatever. I remember right up until the very end saying, here's how we could still get it together. And I think that it's him. Like, he is the problem. I think that he's not strategic. He doesn't have the follow through. His personality is toxic. I mean, we could cope and we can say, well, if we just push really hard on Twitter, if we just make some calls. Yeah, I mean, we could put pressure on the administration. That's really all we can do, and we have to do what we can. But what are the realistic chances we get Trump to snap out of it? He's an 80-year-old man. I think when you're 80 years old, you're kind of out of reinvention. I don't see a lot of people don't tend to change. They certainly don't change their ways at 80 years old, and especially when they're the king of America and no one can tell them no. So sadly, I think we're kind of just stuck with this, and we have to just try to
use a full-bore war with Venezuela to distract.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's doing, which is just straight out of House of Cards. I mean, it's like, that's the cynical play.
So let's talk about what a flailing Trump's going to do and the dangers of it.
So I think a flailing Trump, this is the war, you know, and there's been some sources that have said that he will announce a war with Venezuela tonight. This is just the classic. This is what you do. You get in trouble. You start what is considered to be a short-term, easy intervention, like George Bush in Desert Storm, or George Bush in Panama for that matter. You get an easy win. It's a slam dunk, and that helps you in the midterm. So I think he does something like that. And afterward, I don't know where he goes from here. I think he's just getting more and more bitter and angry. I think they might try. I think what they should do is a big push on their domestic agenda. I think they should try to use budget reconciliation and get through.
That. The polls show great in what we want, even if he's doing domestic stuff, which he is, we need to hear about that more. Exactly.
Yes, and do what we elected you to do. Get a bill together that closes the border. It's law and order. We have to stop the crime in the cities. You know, an Irina Zarutska law, something like that. Do something about election fraud, paper ballots. I don't know. Get a domestic agenda together. Use budget reconciliation to the extent that you can, or one of these other deadlines, defense authorization, whatever, and get some legislation passed. At the end of the day, Trump has only passed 5 bills in his first year. 5 bills in the whole Congress. So there's just not a lot of governing that's happening. There's not a lot of policy. So if I'm Trump, I would say put down the phone, stop posting about Somalians and about Rob Reiner and all this other stuff, and actually govern, pass some executive orders, pass some legislation, actually create some policy, and then, like you said, make the case, talk about it, sell it to the American people, but they just have nothing to run on. You're going into the midterms with literally nothing to run on. I can't think of a single tangible victory, a policy-related victory, arguably other than closing the border, but that should have been a given. I mean, that should have been done a long time ago. So if I'm Trump, that's what I'm going to do.
What do you make of Wiles trying to put him back on the campaign trail? I think that's a really bad idea. It'll exhaust him, divert him more. We want action. We want policy. We want indictments. Real indictments, that makes us win. What do you really think about Susie Wiles?
I never liked her. And I don't think that her head is in the same place as Trump. I know a lot of people say she's not really the problem. Well, she's a lobbyist. She's a lobbyist from Florida, from this Ballard firm. She's in bed with all these other governments, and Florida is a swamp. I mean, it's a literal and figurative swamp. And by the way, she brought all these people in. These are all Florida people. Mike Waltz, who was fired for being in bed with Israel, he's a Florida. Pam Bondi, exactly right. Rubio, who is pushing this war in Venezuela and then Cuba and then Nicaragua. These are all Florida people. Ratcliffe, I believe she brought in as well. I don't know that he's from Florida, but
just to be clear, you and I contextually, historically, under Thomas Jefferson gunboat diplomacy, get hemispheric power. Technically, Trump can do this, but they're going to set him up, a new Vietnam, the CIA, they've already tried it, and they're doing it as a diversion. So that's why I'm saying actually they shouldn't do it.
Well, and not only that, but it is so much more ambitious than people realize. This is like a reverse domino theory where Rubio, like this guy, this is his presidential campaign material. He wants to be the guy that toppled Venezuela and then toppled Cuba and then toppled Nicaragua. As a Cuban American, his dream is like...
And Mexico.
Right, the left-wing regime in Mexico, maybe even Lula while we're at in Brazil. His dream is to like defeat communism and leftism in the Caribbean and Latin America.
And I would support that if it could be done, but I've looked at the angles and it's like, you're talking about multiple Vietnams here. And then the Russians are sneaking around. They may, the word is just like Cuba in 61, have nukes there.
Well, it's a jungle. It's a jungle. Venezuela's 30 million people, many cities. It's a jungle. Mexico's 130 million people. The Mexican government doesn't even have control over the country. Cuba's got special forces. So I don't know that the American public is really ready to buy into this. I don't even know what you would call this. Like you said, it's multiple Vietnams in the Caribbean. It's a much greater commitment than people actually are thinking about. And I don't know who voted for that. I think the whole pitch was no.
It's a reverse Red Dawn. It's not Latin America with the Russians invading us. It's just invading them. And again, if Trump, I'd love to fix that if we had the CIA under control. But they're going to set him up for sure. I mean, I've already heard from sources of the Pentagon, the CIA is already leaking the attack plans to Nicolas Maduro. So we're walking into a trap. And people get confused by us because we're being academic saying we wish this was gone, but could it be done?
Well, that's the question. If you could wave a magic wand and have the entire Western Hemisphere align with Washington, of course, that would be in our best interest. And I would even support engagement with these countries to that end. But the question is regime change the way to go? Are you actually going to get the kind of order that you want, or are you going to get guerrilla warfare with drug cartels and Indians shooting at you from the jungle? Are you going to get narco-terrorism? Are you going to get something that is a lot more far-reaching than what you bargained for? And the record of history is that these kinds of coups and regime change, it doesn't actually work most of the time.
And that's the key. That's the key. Is that these groups only have the drugs and things they're doing. There's no government, so you can't even come in and take them over. They're going to have to continue and fight you because it's all they have.
Exactly. What is the parallel structure? Okay, you remove Maduro. Now who's going to rule Venezuela? We're going to be setting up another nation-building thing like we did in Iraq. Just not a good idea. And it'll fail, Should have kept their promises.
Well, yeah, I was on the fence, but I had my concerns. But Flynn came on 2 weeks ago. He said, don't do it. It's a setup. Nick Fuentes is on fire. We're going to come right back. We got so many YouTube topics to cover. And I have things I disagree with him on. Stay with us. Questions for Nick Fuentes. Big topics, really important stuff. That was a great first 25 minutes. And I was jumping in a lot because what he was saying I totally agree with. But I want to just give you 10 minutes of me shutting up here to finish up on Venezuela. What you think Trump should say at this address tonight versus what you think he's going to say. It's not even a prediction, but what you predict or your dead reckoning. And then I want to move into what will it look like if Trump fails. And what do you think we should expect? And then how do we move on from Trump if we're entering the post-Trump era if this continues? And what is your advice to the American people, the people of the world? Then I want to look at the rise of Islam. I want to look at where Israel's going and so much more with Nick J. Fuentes. Nick, please continue.
Yeah, so picking up on Venezuela, we have this address tonight. I think, like you said, it's at 8 o'clock Central. And I don't know exactly what he's going to say. Like you said, they've been pretty tight-lipped about it. I saw on Judge Napolitano, Tucker was just a guest on that show this morning, and he said he was told by a member of Congress it's going to be a declaration of war. And at the minimum, that's going to be a part of the address, and we're going to war with Venezuela. And that would track because, of course, this has been escalating over the past few weeks. Most recent development is that Trump has effectively declared a blockade of Venezuela, or at least an oil blockade. He said over the weekend that the United States will interdict all oil shipments that are leaving Venezuela, and most of those are going to China. About 80% of Venezuela's crude is going to China, and this follows up from the seizure of the oil tanker last week. So he seized an oil tanker. Presumably, we're going to take the oil. This weekend, he said that actually all of the oil exports will be shut down, and that effectively destroys Venezuela's economy. And as we talked about with Iran, other conflicts, this is that maximum pressure strategy, and this is just the latest escalation. So it would be fitting if tonight there was some declaration of ground strikes, let's say. This is something they've been talking about for a long time. They've assembled this armada, this giant naval force. It's a carrier strike group. I think it's 10 warships in total, 10,000 troops, F-35 squadrons. They have been stationing in Trinidad and Tobago and Puerto Rico off the coast. And they've been threatening for a long time that all of these naval strikes, I think there's been about 25 maritime strikes against these little drug boats, killed nearly 100 people. they've been saying for a long time that eventually that will progress into targeted airstrikes on the ground at military facilities, airports, where there's drug trafficking happening, and they're actually going to bomb Venezuela's territory. Maduro's been preparing for that. They've been shutting down highways. They have been getting ready. So it seems that that would be logical that Trump would announce there would be some major action tonight. That being said, you sort of alluded to this earlier. You said it could just be an hour of Trump bragging about his accomplishments. And I think it's totally possible that it could also just be a load of crap. Because how many fake outs have there been this year where Trump says, I have an Oval Office address. I'm addressing the public from the White House at noon tomorrow. And he gets up and it's like, we have the greatest economy. The stock market is back. Inflation isn't real. Affordability is not real. So I'm sort of 50-50. 50% chance it could be a load of crap and it's just a lot of self-aggrandizement. 50% chance it could be a declaration of war on Venezuela. And then how it progresses, if I had to guess, I would think that this is just ratcheting up the maximum pressure. And maybe this is, this is just a shot in the dark. I don't know that he's announcing a swift operation to capture Maduro or invade the country. I don't think there will even be an invasion, strictly speaking. They have about 10,000 personnel stationed off the coast. It could be the case that they have put together a larger force covertly somewhere else. That's not enough people to invade Venezuela. You had 20,000 invade Panama, and that's a country that's a fraction of the size, fraction of the population, smaller military. So I don't think you're going to get a full-fledged invasion with that size of a force. I think what you might get is a tightening of the noose, and they're going to choke Venezuela off more. So they have the blockade. Now if they start initiating ground strikes, maybe there's some other covert actions by the CIA, which they announced earlier in the year would be operating in the country. Maybe they're looking at something more limited just to increase the pressure slightly more. And maybe that's the play. Now, will that succeed? I guess it depends largely on how they carry this out and how competent the military is. I don't have very high hopes for it. I don't think that, the military is really prepared for something like this. It came together very quickly. Military's not been extremely effective in the past so many years. They're really good at dropping bombs from aircraft like they did against ISIS and like they did against Iran. But a ground operation, I feel like we haven't seen anything like that in a very long time. So the odds of success, I don't know that it's particularly high. And I don't know that that's even something the American public is looking for. Like we talked about in the previous segment, as always, this is the appeal to the voters before the midterms. If you're struggling on your domestic agenda, if you're flailing because of a domestic scandal, you always go for a quick and easy war. Like we talked about with George Bush in Persian Gulf, or in Panama where they did regime change, or even in Grenada with Reagan. You always go for a quick and easy layup, makes Americans feel confident. I don't know that that will even have the same effect. First of all, we don't know that it will be entirely successful or on what timeline, or if there will be any kinds of complications. Secondly, is this really what the people voted for? I think the people voted for lower prices. People voted actually to end wars, not start new ones. I don't know that regime change was really part of the mix. I think actually we want the opposite. People voted for an end to free trade, something like tariffs or a more protectionist agenda, and we're just not succeeding on any of those fronts. So I don't know how you bring that to Republican or Democrat voters as some sort of huge victory in 2026, especially when almost everything else is looking really bad. The deportations aren't happening, as we've talked about. The economy's not where it needs to be. Many people are predicting potentially an imminent recession, a housing bust, the AI bubble might burst, have a lot of red flags and early warning indicators in the economy. How much is that even going to move the needle? I'm skeptical that that's going to have a big impact. So this is the playbook. I think that if Trump really wanted to have any kind of recovery before the midterm elections or at all, I think you have to refocus on the domestic agenda. That is what people want to see solved. You got to get those deportation numbers up. You got to build a border wall. You got to end the war in Ukraine somehow, some way. You have to end the war in Gaza. It looks like even that is coming apart. You need to fix the economy. You need to do something domestically. Get a super bill together. Get an omnibus bill together. Use budget reconciliation, which they have for the fiscal year 2026. Use national defense authorization or whatever you need to do. Use one of those measures to get a super bill passed. Get Republicans and Democrats together and just pass something. Make life better for Americans. But I fear, and this is something you pointed out too, not only will that not happen, it may actually even get worse because, as you said, according to Susie Wiles in an interview this weekend, she's going to have Trump campaigning in 26 like he was in 24. And a lot of people don't think about this, but the president of the United States, like anybody, only has so many hours in the day. And so if we're going to engage in this huge campaign in 26, Trump is going to be flying around doing rallies. The guy's 80 years old. You can't be doing 4 rallies in a day like you were doing in 2020. And if you do, you're not going to have time and energy for literally anything else.
And that's perfect for the deep state to come in and sneak stuff past him. I noticed Wiles 3 days ago in a TV interview says he doesn't know it yet, but he's going to be back on the campaign trail. Then I see him yesterday. Well, I just heard I'm going to be on the campaign trail. He's literally admitting that she's directing him.
Which is so gross. The whole point of Trump is that he's supposed to be the boss. Who is Susie Wiles? Nobody elected her. She's a lobbyist from Florida. And you're right. He goes, yeah, well, I guess I'm going to be campaigning. She's the boss. And you make a good point. If Trump is out there on the campaign trail, first of all, he's already falling asleep in every meeting. And which is, look, the guy's an old man. I think everybody would understand that. But now you can't be doing both of those things. You can't walk and chew gum at the same time then. If he's going to be running around the country, if Susie Wiles is going to be running him ragged, not only can he not focus on the agenda, but you're right, this is where he loses control of the White House, which is always the concern, that the cabinet members, that the lobbyists, that the special interests, when Trump is out of the House, when daddy's not home, other people are going to go in the White House and they're going to be manipulating personnel. They're going to be manipulating policy. And so let's say, for example, Netanyahu is pushing Trump really hard on a war with Iran. And Trump, to his credit, put his foot down and said no for many months. And even when they wanted him to intervene in June, it was very limited. I'm not happy that he bombed Iran, but it could have been a lot worse. And that is just objectively true. And that's because Trump is in the driver's seat and he's got some people that are backing him up. If he's out there falling asleep on the campaign trail in Georgia or Pennsylvania or whatever, they're going to get stuff past the goalie. They're going to get things through because he's not going to be fully in control.
Well, and look at the psychology. They know he wants to win. And so they'll say, sir, we've got to do this. And yeah, it helps a little, but nothing compared to actual developments and things. And we know that they're always trying to hide things from him. This is like we saw in the first administration. So I'm going to say it right now. Trump, yeah, okay, go for Mike Lindell for governor of Minnesota, stuff like that. Pick and choose a few. But maybe do 3 or 4 events a month. But what we really want is action and you addressing the American people and you bringing out these issues. We'll give your advice to President Trump, because this is such an obvious trap. You see her power trip at the interview. I know you've seen it. People haven't. We should play it. We can dig it up. She's like, well, they don't know it yet. He doesn't know it yet, but he's going back on the campaign trail. Ha, ha. And Trump's like, well, I guess it's important. I guess I'm told I'm going. Again, this is outrageous. No, that is not the interest of his time. It's great to have crowds out there. It's fun, all that. No, we need him engaged. We need him not worried about what Jimmy Kimmel is saying with no ratings or what Vanity Fair is saying. But again, it's nothing against it. It's all these 79-year-old people like Trump and Wiles. They still think ABC News is important. They don't understand that. You go look at the ratings and go, ABC Nightly News, 2 million viewers. Nick Fuentes' nightly show, 20 million viewers. They don't even, we went on Elon Musk's show, 1 billion people tuned in. It got picked up everywhere. And then Trump only went on Elon one time. Like, I was like, it's total idiocy. But it's because they still think cable TV is king.
That's a really good observation that a lot of people don't realize, because it is like a boomer thing. Trump being from television world and being 80 years old, you're exactly right. He's actually still cares about what the New York Times writes about him. He actually still cares about what network television is reporting on. And you're right. Television as a whole is not powerful anymore. It's all online. It's all digital. And at the minimum, that's where the young people are. That's where the coveted demographic is, that 18 to 35 demographic. They're all getting their news on TikTok. They're all getting their news on X. They're all getting their news on YouTube, on the internet. And you're right, they're still getting attacked by like 60 Minutes or like CBS News,
and responding
ABC.
back. Like, Trump, I'm going to sue you. And those shows are only big when he goes on them. So so the only time dinosaur media is big is when it's online. He doesn't understand that.
No, and sadly, Charlie Kirk is the one that did understand that. Charlie Kirk, to his credit, delivered the young people for Trump in 24 because he was on TikTok, because he made a deal. And unlike the Republicans that sort of turned their noses up at it, he was there and fought the culture war among the young people. And that's the next generation. Trump was like, oh, no, I have to go and interview with like Barbara Walters or something. I have to go on like 60 Minutes. And I care about what the New York Times says. He still deeply cares about the mainstream media and Hollywood. He wants to be their champion. And so if I'm him, I say you got to go hard and fast. There is urgency. You have to be swift. You have to outmaneuver and have a faster tempo than the deep state. And you need to focus on the things that are going to win the voters back, specifically the young people. And that's things like affordability, it's crime, it's ending the wars. And if you're out there running this campaign, it's unfortunately the prophecy that I gave last year, which is you actually don't have the full 4 years. You're going to have like realistically about maybe 15, 18 months. And then they're going to start campaigning for the midterms. They're going to be so busy. Then they're going to lose. And then everyone's going to be campaigning for 2028. And half the cabinet will be in that position. Then you're in 28. And it's like, so you never actually get a chance to govern. And this is my problem. It's like when we vote every year, are we going to get 4 years of Trump pushing hard, trying to get victories? Are we going to get like 3 months of executive orders and then like 3 years and 9 months of crap where they're like campaigning and trying to make everybody happy and they're listening to the donors and they're just kind of sitting on their hands, stalling, running out the clock? Because that is exactly what happened in the first term. And sadly, like I said, it's deja vu all over again. So I think that you're right. Trump should maybe pick a few critical races where he can make a difference. And those are the races that'll make a difference for him. He should maybe do one event per week, keep his schedule light, and he should really overclock the White House like they did in the first 3 months. I don't know what happened. I don't know what changed.
We had the globalist off balance, the highest approval rating ever, magic, and then they convinced him to get rid of Elon. So the second hour is coming up, and you've got other topics you want to hit. But just briefly, what future do you see, though, if Trump messes this up and then the Democrats don't just win the midterms and turn it all around about impeachment? What happens in 2028 when they get back in? Because they've said they're coming after everybody.
If the Democrats win, it's just over, because, and this is the thing about the pendulum swinging back and forth. We elected Trump the first time, and he failed. He totally crapped the bed. Biden gets in, and what is the first thing Biden did after that? J6, arrest everybody. We're going to hire 1,000 FBI agents, 1,000 judges. We're going to go for, what did they say? They said it was going to be shock and awe against the e-celebrities, against the influencers, against the Trump lieutenants, and they crushed everybody. Rudy Giuliani and you and me and everybody, they crushed everybody. And then they went in with the COVID stimulus, and they only gave it to their allies, women and non-white people. They said white men need not apply for the COVID stimulus. And then they came in with the vax. So we're going to get a redux of that. And just like how Trump has escalated, the Democrats will escalate. When they get back in, it's going to make the first Biden term look like a joke. When Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom or whoever wins, they are coming after us so hard. And here's the difference. They know how to use the government. We do not. Their allies run Washington. Washington is like 95% Democrat. All the career political people, all the lifers, they're all liberal Democrats. They're all gay. They're all women. They're all like, PMC types, college educated. When they get back in power, unlike the Trump administration, they are going to move like a hot knife through butter when they go after us, just as they did under Biden. And so it's going to be a full war on guns. It's going to be a full war on free speech, on social media. It's going to be a full war on the radical right. I imagine they're going to throw open the border to some extent. How much repair are they going to do after Trump has sent all the refugees back and, changed immigration law? They're going to say, oh, well, we're open for business all over again. So I think that it's going to be fire and fury against the right wing, and especially against Trump. And this time, he's not going to pardon anybody just like last time. Maybe he'll pardon himself preemptively. He'll pardon his people. He'll get a golden parachute. The rest of us, we are screwed. And this is why I said on Tucker and on other shows, you can't take the fight to the left and not finish it. When you go at the king, you can't miss. Because if you miss, the king cuts your head off. And that's obvious. You go for the king, you can't miss, because if you fail, you stumble, they call down the guards and you get executed. Your whole family gets executed. They burn down your village. And that's really what Trump has done now for the second time. He's going for the seat of power, going for the permanent bureaucracy, going for the left, whatever you want to call it, really hard. And he's attacking them so viciously on social media, talking all this trash. And in the end, all he does is piss them off. All he does is make them angry, such that when they inevitably get back in power, they're going to attack us with a vengeance. And he's doing it all over again. And by the way,
what's the way out of this?
We have to win. We just have to win. There's no substitute for victory. Trump has to turn it around. And if he can't, then we need somebody in 2028. Everybody is ready to coronate Vance. Everybody is ready to and I know you like him and other people like him, but everybody's saying oh, well, Vance is going to be the next president. It's not a negotiation. We need somebody in 28 who's going to carry the mantle of Trumpism, win, and finish it. Like Caesar, the Republic is over. This is the American empire.
Sure, well, people
Democrats
don't seem to get it. They go, wait, Nick supported Trump 10 years ago and up until 5 years ago. But now he's not. So how does he want Trump to succeed? You want him policy-wise to succeed, but you didn't support him to draw attention to what you thought were the problems so that you would hope he would succeed. If I put words in your mouth, correct me. And so that's kind of how I see
it started.
This. But
nice.
We have to have an ultimate urgency right now. 1 year into this, folks, I agree with what Nick's saying, regardless, to look at how much danger we're in. And if Trump doesn't succeed,
cool.
J.D. Vance, doesn't matter how good a candidate he is or what a nice guy he is, they're just going to engage in election fraud and remove him.
Yep, and they did it in 2020, and haven't done anything to fix it. And here's another thing. The next president will preside over the 2030 census. Whenever the next president gets in, you're going to have a census in 2030. And for people that don't know what that means, you don't just count up all the people. You then also apportion the congressional seats, the electoral votes. So whoever the next president is going to be extremely powerful, because then they're going to preside over that. Like right now, they're battling this out in Texas and California, this redistricting halfway through the decade. Whoever is president is going to get another shot at that in 2030. And then they'll determine for the following 5 or 10 years how many seats there are, how many electoral votes there are. So it does really come down to 28. And somebody needs to get in who's extremely bold and takes risks. And urgency is the word. We just don't have time for an incremental approach. And people are just negotiating with themselves, saying, well, that's not practical. That's not realistic. Well, we have to have reasonable expectations. No, I have unreasonable expectations. I'm unreasonable. And we want more. The base, America First, InfoWars, MAGA, we want more than what we're getting.
Demanding our sons and daughters be brainwashed for transgenderism and leftist brainwashing. They demanded all this insane stuff. People gave it to them. We're just demanding common sense, liberty, and freedom, but we have to get aggressive. So I think it does go to the average populist, American First person, conservative, needs to realize this is existential. What should they be doing?
I think people should be getting involved. I'm a huge believer in we need a professional class. We need people that have gone to college. We need people that have professional jobs, and we need people to get involved in the party. We need people to run for office. Isn't it such a sad state that you look at the House of Representatives and the Senate, and it appears basically untouched by the Trump revolution. Trump won in 2016. It is now 2026 in a couple of weeks. You don't have literally one congressman that is MAGA. You don't have one senator that is MAGA, because everyone that did exist is now gone. Matt Gaetz, Madison Cawthorn, Marjorie Greene, they're all gone. Lindsey Graham is going to have another term. John Thune is going to be the majority leader. Kevin McCarthy, Mike Johnson, like these have been the leadership in the House. You don't even have one. You have 435 members, and you don't even have one MAGA Republican. So I really believe there's been a failure on the part of the America First base to get organized. There's a lot of talk about doing that, think tanks and candidates and all this stuff, and it just never materialized. And so who inherits the Republican Party after Trump leaves? Well, it's going to be the usual suspects. Who's going to run? I mean, J.D. Vance, of course, Marco Rubio, who ran the first time. What are going to be the big think tanks? Heritage Foundation, Club for Growth, Chamber of Commerce. Like, this is still where the money is coming from. So I think that for people that are animated by this, they got to get involved in politics. Young people
totally
got to get.
We're basically Rome in like 406, and people ask, Rome still all the power, the military, but they had these elites that were corrupt, couldn't face a problem, brought in too many illegals, all of it, and then they just couldn't organize at the end because it was just business as usual, and Rome fell in 410. I think we are. I think 2028 is the number. Each election just gets more important here on after, but we're basically already dead if there isn't a sense of urgency. And I just, that's why I get invited to Mar-a-Lago in the White House, and I'm not trying to act cool. It's just, I'm like, okay, what's the thing? Oh, I'm at a dinner with 20 people and Trump. I'm like, nah, I'm not going. It's like, I don't want to sit there at my own funeral. Like, I'm on the Titanic, and the iceberg's 5 miles out. I'm like, can we change course? You can't. It's the captain's going to tell you how great you are. Eat some caviar. And I'm like, I don't want to eat caviar. I want him to get control of the wheel and avoid that iceberg. We'll be right back in 2 minutes with Nick Fuentes. Hour number 4, straight ahead. All right, there's so much to hit. We're going to get into the Islamic Jihad that's been declared, how big a threat it is it just a diversion from Israel? We're going to get into Candace Owens, who I like as a person, but I was forced to go investigate the stuff she was saying and doing, and I just didn't have to bring it to you. And Nick's got some stuff to talk about with that, but he wanted to briefly, I think it's really important, and he has more, we'll go in the next segment, on Brown University in Rhode Island and what's going on there. I don't know what the cover-up is, but clearly a cover-up's going on. Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, I saw this. Obviously, everybody saw it, this horrible mass shooting at Brown University. And, of course, I haven't talked about it on my show too much because we really don't know what happened there. We don't know who the shooter is. We don't know their identity, motivation, anything like that. But the one thing that I saw that I covered on my show is, what is this response from the FBI? I see there's videos being uploaded of this FBI manhunt that's underway, and they got like a couple of dozen FBI agents out there literally kicking the snow around with their feet, with their hands in their pocket. And I saw that, and, we've talked a lot about the Trump administration and where we'd like it to improve and where they're falling short and so on. And I said on my show the other night, I think the biggest area where they're falling short is, where is the competence? It reminds me of when they did that military parade back in June, and they had people marching in the parade holding drones up over their head, not even flying them with the actual remote control, flying through the air electronically, but holding them up in their hand, walking down the street. That was your big military demonstration. Department of War, America's back. Then you get this FBI. First, they blow the Charlie Kirk investigation. Now you have this mass shooter who's just gotten away. School shooter just got away, went into some building, shot a bunch of people in the face, literally walks away. They go, okay, well, rest assured, Kash Patel is on the case. The FBI is out there. We're going to do some good old-fashioned investigative reporting, or investigation, criminal investigation for that matter. They send out these FBI agents in the windbreakers, kicking the snow around. There's like 20 of them in a group, and they're kind of like walking around, looking up at the air, looking down at the ground. You're like, this is the same FBI of J. Edgar Hoover? This is the FBI of the United States of America? This is federal law enforcement? What is this? And so I think that's one of the greater disappointments, that it's just a clown show. And I'm just sitting here like, are other people watching the same movie? What a joke the country has become. What a joke the federal government has become. At the same time, by the way, this is the same FBI that when we did the January 6th Capitol protests, these are people showing up at people's houses at 6 a.m., marching them out of their bedroom, throwing them in jail because they trespassed. You had some like grandma, you had some, MAGA mom who was posting on Facebook, and they had people being marched into solitary confinement over this. Same FBI, by the way. Now you have somebody, it's a school shooter, somebody shoots Charlie Kirk in the neck. They can't even find the person. So I saw that. I don't know what to say about the shooting itself. We don't really have any information. That's sort of the point. We haven't gotten to the bottom of it. But I'm seeing these videos and I'm thinking that's really the story by itself. This is a country now where school shooters are getting away with it. In 30, 40 years, your neighbor might be a school shooter that got away with it. You've heard of like, oh, my neighbor was a serial killer and I never knew. My neighbor was a gangster and I never knew that. Now it's going to be my neighbor committed a school shooting, a mass murder, somehow got away with it. That's the country now. So, but that's anarcho-tyranny. That's the state of the country when you have a state of tyranny for law-abiding people, a state of tyranny, Orwellian surveillance, police state totalitarianism for a MAGA mom, for a grandma in the Capitol.
Yeah, that's how real communism or totalitarianism works is good people are oppressed, bad people are turned loose because they work for the state, and that's where we are.
Right. So I'd like to see that reversed. I want to see tyranny for the criminals and illegals and globalists and lobbyists, and I want to see freedom and anarchy for law-abiding people, taxpayers, patriots, Christians, but we're not getting it. So that's more of the same. I'd like to see somebody get caught in this thing.
60-second break, but we'll wait till you hear this. We'll be right back.
You got it.
Well, Nick's been talking about this for months, so have I, that we understand Trump has constitutional right. It's in our hemisphere. Venezuela has manipulated things to go in. But that's academically. Technically, we've said don't go in because the CIA and others will set you up in a quagmire. And Rubio wants Cuba, Mexico, all of it, Colombia. And that's a lot to bite off there because they're already failed states. So that we own it, even if we, the leadership leaves. Well, Tucker Carlson, say what you want about him. He's got incredible sources. I know Nick's had his run-ins with him. I love Tucker, but I think you can put it in the bank if he said it. Though sometimes Trump may decide to pull back because of this. It's like 2 weeks ago, we were talking about Bongino resigning by Christmas from the sources of Seraphin that proved to be incredible. But then Seraphin's like, last night on the show, he goes, a special show, he goes, well, maybe he won't resign right away just to make us look wrong. Well, fine. If we stop a war, by getting them to jump the gun, fine. So here's the story on Infowars.com. Breaking: Tucker Carlson says member of Congress told him Trump to announce war on Venezuela during tonight's presidential address. So, wow. And here he is on Judge Andrew Napolitano's show just about an hour ago.
Is Trump going to start a war in Venezuela?
I
don't know when this program airs, the one that we're on right now. This thing's going to be live.
We're live now, and then it'll be posted immediately. So
now, my sense is, I don't know the answer. I've certainly been on the phone a lot about it. I have no power. I'm a podcaster, but I'm very interested. And so here's what I know so far, which is that members of Congress were briefed yesterday that a war is coming, and it'll be announced in the address to the nation tonight at 9 o'clock by the president. Who knows, by the way, if that will actually happen? I don't know. And I never want to overstate what I know, which is pretty limited in general. But a member of Congress told me that this morning. So that's what I know. My opposition to this, and I'm sure if you oppose this, they'll be like, oh, you're a communist, which I'm not. My opposition to it comes from what I've learned from watching closely for the past 25 years since I've been assigned to cover all these stories, including in Iraq. Like, I've watched, and there's not been a regime change effort that's benefited the United States or the world in 80 years that I'm aware of.
Well, that's the big thing, is the trillions and trillions per regime change. It's always a black hole. So we already covered this earlier, but I mean, I think there is a good chance he'll definitely brag about we're blocking all their ships. I think you're right. I think he'll announce we're at war with them, but then just use that as the pressure to have Maduro leave.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's an invasion. I don't think it's going to be a shock and awe. I think it'll be ground strikes, more pressure, maybe a new policy. And you're right, it'll be perhaps an ultimatum to get Maduro to resign, because I think that ultimately they don't really want to go to war there. I think they want to get Maduro out through pressure only. So I agree with you. I think that's where it's headed.
But they don't have 3 aircraft carriers there for no reason.
Well, but do they have 3? I think they just have the carrier strike group. But this is a classic Trump strategy. He did this in North Korea, too. Back in 2017, they deployed actually 2 carrier strike groups to the Sea of Japan and talked about fire and fury, and my button is bigger and it works, and we're going to do things to you. This is brinksmanship. And I think that this is your typical gunboat diplomacy, which is you literally put a giant gunship off the coast of a country, you start blowing stuff up, and then you say, this is the United States of America. You have 24 hours to leave. So you're right. I mean, there is a reason they have the warships there, and that is for a demonstration of force. It's a gesture which reinforces deterrence. Deterrence is really the foundation of everything. Wars are only fought because of miscalculations. And the point of doing a carrier strike group is to say, we have the assets, we're willing to use the assets, and if we do that, then you lose. There's no scenario where you win, it is over, so surrender or die. And that's where someone like Maduro in Venezuela says, all right, uncle, you can, you will, I guess I'll just take my deal and leave. So I think that's really the play there. I still think that there's going to be kinetic action. I think there's a good possibility of ground strikes. It will definitely escalate, but I don't think this is going to be some sort of full-scale.
Absolutely. Just to be clear, they had 2 aircraft carriers there. They pulled them out, put the Gerald Ford, the biggest and newest, in, and they have 5 or 6 of the big amphibious Marine and Navy smaller carriers. But just technically, there's a lot of ships there.
Yeah, it's the biggest force posture in the Caribbean ever, I think, is what they said. It's more warships that have ever been deployed in the Southern Command field of command than ever in the United States. So, and Trump has said that on Truth Social. So, I mean, you're certainly right. It's a massive force posture, and it's definitely going to be used for something military. I just don't think it'll be a full-scale ground invasion. That's just not enough assets, actually. I don't think they have enough personnel for something like that, because the chain of command is dispersed. If they're going to do a kind of effects-based operation, they're going to go for command and control. You're talking about invading multiple cities. You're talking about jungle terrain, huge population. You need more than 20,000 troops, or they have 12,000.
You need 20,000 administrators to take over Venezuela. It's the size of Texas.
Exactly. So that's not an invasion force, but I think there could be there's a possibility of kinetic strikes on the ground, even though there might not be an invasion.
All right, shifting gears. I watch your show a lot. You mainly cover policy and issues, so do I. But the whole soap opera that's begun with you with Tucker and then back and forth, that's kind of blown over. Candace Owens, the ongoing thing. I like Candace. And just all the other stuff that's happening. And it seems like everybody else does it now instead of, because I don't think they have depth. I don't mean her. I mean some of the other talk shows that do it. Just want to have a fight with somebody. But I went and examined throughout since Kirk was killed on September 10th. So many of the claims, not of Candace, but I'm not trying to kiss her ass, just when I talk about the claims, most of it's other people, of, oh, a guy shoots him under the arm, or, oh, it's a camera gun, and it's a bottle of water, you can see it. And then just on and on and on, and now it turned into the French and the U.S. military and the Israelis and the Egyptians and she's like, I've got these planes and I've got the proof. And then multiple groups, you see it online, went and bought the data, even more data that's public, it meshes with it, anybody can duplicate it. And most of the time, she was saying these planes were here, it was actually overseas, and they were another continent. So I was learning all this last week, finally forcing myself to do the deep dive on it. And And when I learned days before people knew about it that they were going to meet in Nashville a couple days ago about this on Monday, I said, I bet Candace comes out and is wants to be friendly now, kind of have the cake and eat it too here, because I knew they were going there in a 4.5 hour meeting. I know it'd be that long to say, here's all this information. The claims that, just asking questions, but they're all stealing all the money, or I'm not saying Erica Kirk did it, but boy, they all sure wanted him dead. And so my issue is that it's so destructive. And it became this huge soap opera where I'm at the grocery store and I'm, anywhere, people are coming up asking me about it. And I'm like, I don't know. I know most of the stuff I looked at from other people saying stuff didn't turn out to be true. And I know now, the last straw for me last week was Tyler Robinson in court with the trans flag tie. Find that B-roll. And you're watching him and he looks like Jeffrey Dahmer. And he's turning around, he's all proud of himself. He's laughing. The leftist lawyers love him. You had at least 10 people that said he's going to be dead, in the next few days. And so I did confirm Kash Patel said no investigation into that. So there is some type of cover-up going, but I don't know of what. But the idea, knowing the TPUSA people, a lot of them for a decade, I know how intelligence operations work. You don't include all these people killing us. We heard, they killed him on the stage, the lapel mic, a pop-up deal, a guy in front of him, a guy behind him. Then it was airplanes and this and that. And so it's just not the way the world works. And so I saw all of this so destructive, definitely hurt Trump at the polls. And then I just wonder where all this is going. And then I wonder if we're ever going to get any real answers. And I know you've been a critic of Candace Owens. I just know that when one issue that is like a soap opera that can't be answered because there is questions, but then it's just this endless factory of never getting to the answers. What do you think of this whole fiasco?
Well, I think she's an amateur conspiracy theorist. I think that she's somebody who, for many years, she had other people writing her script for her. She had Ben Shapiro writing her script. She had Charlie Kirk writing her script. And it was easy enough to go and say that black people are going to vote Republican for Brexit and whatever she was supposed to say at Daily Wire. Now that she writes her own script and she's sort of glommed onto this conspiracy stuff, it's like you say, she really doesn't know how to create a theory, a conjecture, a postulate. She doesn't know how those things work. And you're right. If there's going to be some sort of grand conspiracy, you compartmentalize it. You don't get 2,000 people in a room from France, Israel, Egypt, the admin, this and that law enforcement agency and Turning Point and say, all right, everybody, so we're going to plant the explosive microphone and then we're going to do this and then you compartmentalize it. And you probably have a handful of people on a need-to-know basis, and maybe it's one faction of one intel agency. That's typically how these things unfold. But this is a person who is really just looking at anything based on other heuristics, like, well, Charlie wanted to audit Turning Point, so it's a cover-up of a money thing. And, there was some foreign people with foreign phones in the audience. It's a foreign intelligence conspiracy. And just kind of going based on things that we've seen in the past, similar patterns, putting them all together into, I don't even know what the theory is at this point. And it's like you say.
False pattern recognition. But you're almost being too kind here. There was a sophistication, I think she is having somebody advise her, the sophistication, kind of the Q 2.0, esoteric, Gnostic level of it. Or maybe she's just, herself has some delusions, and so maybe she was projecting that on. But I did see some genius there.
Well, she's certainly good at what she does. It is a soap opera, and it's a serial. Every day we're going to check in and hear about the crazy new thing. And you're right, there is something maybe sophisticated and Gnostic about it. I look at this guy who's been supporting her, John Mappin. I don't know why nobody's talking about John Mappin, the Scientologist, the heir to the jeweler that creates the crown jewels for the British royal family. He allegedly introduced her and her husband. He's been so supportive. She retweets him. He's writing letters to her. He was best friends with Charlie Kirk. His wife is from Russia. I don't know why nobody's talking about that guy. No one's talking about George Farmer. They all met through Turning Point UK. So you have Turning Point USA. She met her husband through Turning Point UK. She made a bag off of Turning Point USA and Turning Point UK. So there's definitely something suspicious going on there. Maybe a foreign intelligence play of its own, talking about the French and the French president and the French president's wife and France's involvement in this. So there could be some sophistication there. And I would say, to the extent that there is a conspiracy, no one's talking about the Mormon mafia. I don't believe that there's some grand conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk. I think, like you say, it's Tyler Robinson. And when you saw him make his court appearance, he's wearing a trans tie. And why would he be the patsy? If they're supposed to be, if this is about Israel or some other thing, why do you pick some hick lib, white guy, pro-trans activist? Why would he be the patsy? And where are his parents? Where are the people like trying to defend him? It doesn't even make any sense. To the extent that there is a cover-up, it would be about the Mormon mafia, because the killing happened in Utah. Turning Point is a Mormon organization. It's Utah Public Safety that's doing the investigation. I never even heard of that on her show. She never even talks about that. Instead, she's talking about her dreams and beekeepers and, you know, almost everything else. So,
and by the way, I'm not bashing Mormons in general. A lot of them are great conservative people, but if you know about intelligence and study politics, the Mormons have percentage the highest number in federal law enforcement and intelligence. So all you're saying is, in Utah, that area, it's a zone where you could definitely, if you wanted to change the outcome of something, do it.
Exactly. And it's strange that it happened there, because that is a zone of control where they would have a lot of influence, where they have like a mafia-like kind of stranglehold. And that was never brought up, which is interesting. And I think that it's very comparable to QAnon. This is like QAnon 2.0, where all these people have been whipped up and deputized, and it's basically just destroyed people's faith in anything. It's sort of interesting. After her meeting with Erica Kirk, she did her show yesterday, and all the top comments were saying, Candace got the call, Candace made a deal, we can't trust her. But I saw many of the comments also said, now I'm just done with politics. They're fatigued. They're literally fatigued, and they have been so wound up and twisted by this whole thing. Now that Candace is backing down and walking back all the claims, now they're saying, well, I'm just done with politics because I don't know what to believe. There's no one that's telling the truth. And so there you have it. There is the proof in and of itself. This has destroyed the confidence of the people in any kind of conspiracy theory, in any kind of alternative media. Because if you have alternative media gaslighting the people, oh, it's the French, it's beekeepers, it's a spiritual battle happening in my dreams when I go to sleep at night, and then you walk it back, then people say, well, you know what? Clearly this is just too complex or too corrupt. I'm just done with all of it.
When in reality, it really goes down to not signing UN treaties, not giving up sovereignty, deporting illegals, or HR 3492. And guys, check, it was supposed to be voted on like in the last 30 minutes to ban all transgender surgery, MTG, and the Republicans establishment, despite her, is trying to block it, which would be a major win for Trump. So anybody that doesn't vote for this must be on the Pritzker funding, but that's a real thing. This is real action. This is what we do 90% of the time. I get accused of being a conspiracy theorist because I'll give my opinion about what's behind something sometimes. The truth is this show, 95% of the time, is just legislation and what's happening in the world. This is real, folks. This is something we can do.
Well, and that's exactly it. You know, we are people that are actually trying to change the country. And then you get these spectacles that come up. This is what this is a big, giant spectacle. It is a black hole. It's like you say, it's a never-ending serial, a never-ending soap opera. And it's about basically science fiction. It's like a science fiction thriller. It's like a movie from the 70s. And it's actually doing damage to people that are trying to reform politics. And the problem is a lot of these people, they just don't read. They don't read. They don't care. Candace Owens read one book. She read that book, Chaos, by like Robert O'Neill or Tom O'Neill or something like that. She read that one book. She kind of knows something's up with Israel, and that's all she needed to know. And now she's whipped up into this thing where everything's connected to everything. It's Brigitte Macron and the beekeepers and people wearing maroon shirts.
Let's be clear. I mean, I saw her like a year ago. I just learned about the USS Liberty.
Yes.
And then I had people saying, how dare you not cover it? I only wrote books and made films about it 20 years ago. You know, and I'm not in a competition with Candace. I like Candace. But it is actually true what you're saying. isn't she emblematic, though, of people wake up, but you wake up and your fire alarm's going off. You don't know where the fire is at or if it's a false alarm. You wake up, you smell smoke, you still got to find it. I think they're all woken up, and so now they don't have any real context or depth. People go, well, you're 26, you've been doing this 10 years. Like I said, you were 12 into this stuff just like I was, so you've been doing it, 20 years or whatever, or 18 years. So, and we're not trying to be elitist here. It's just that I know light years more than I knew 5 years ago. And the Alex Jones 5 years ago was pretty smart. And the Alex Jones that was 20 was more informed than the average woke, patriot right now. So, but then the problem is I have all this knowledge and I give them complex answers because it's complex, and they go, and that's what I talked about yesterday, and it got spun by the media, that Jones attacks Fuentes and Tucker. I didn't even say your names. I was talking about people that said, literally had a post like a week ago, hey, Chernobyl's leaking, this is a problem. And like a third of the comments were, cover it up for the Jews, cover it up for the Jews. It's like, if an earthquake happens in LA, I'm going to talk about the earthquake. It's not about Jews. I'm all about criticizing Israel and Jews doing stuff, but that's a microcosm. It's not just those people. They've woken up, they've got informed about that, but that's their lane. And so to them, that's the only knowledge they have. Does that make sense?
100%. And I've seen this so many times because I operate more in this wacky space or whatever that does fixate on Jews, Israel, whatever. And it's like a red pill psychosis. It's like people can't handle it. They take one red pill and they say, oh, there's this sort of hidden truth. There's this esoteric truth. There's this hidden reality. But when they have no deep background, they have no general knowledge, they don't actually have a practical experience with this stuff, it goes off in all these different directions. And people start to talk about, well, that means the earth is flat, and that means that Trump is the shadow president, and that means that the Khazar mafia, that's really what it's all about. And they go down to all these different rabbit holes, all these different red herrings, because you're right, without context, without that sort of grounding, and context is really key. You do need a ton of background information to understand how we got here. It's thousands of years of history, theology, philosophy, politics. You need to have some grasp on a lot of these subjects. You really need to be read wide and deep into these subjects to begin to contextualize it. And like you say, okay, we're doing a show about the Liberty. I just found out about it last year. Oh, and coincidentally, now everything is, literally everything is Israel. Charlie Kirk is Israel. The Bondi shooting's Israel. Browns is this, that, and the other. Now, I'm going to say it's Israel, let's say 60% of the time. Now that's not good enough, because the people that got red-pilled 2 minutes ago, well, they know it's 110% of the time. And unfortunately, all that does is discredit the people that are actually doing the hard work, actually doing the research, actually reading the books, doing the hard work to figure these things out, that are in touch with reality. I saw a lot of people say, well, it's the Jews every other time, so it's the Jews this time. That's like the gambler's fallacy. These are just basic logic problems that people are committing because they deliver Domino's pizzas for most of their life. Now they're a red pill savant or something. So
and here's what I was going to say about
totally
that.
With you.
There was a taboo against criticizing Israel. It was used to take free speech around the world. Israel's been heavily involved in so much bad stuff. We cover it. And it's good that taboo's gone. It's totally safe now to attack Israel all I want. But I only do it when I actually see something real. And again, it's the constant frustration of like Chinese water torture, where I'm like, hey, China is making a move here. Why are you covering up for the Jews? And it's like, no, there's other things going on. It doesn't take away from the Great Awakening to foreign influence, and all that's really healthy. But exactly, people cannot then become lunatics that only know one thing. And it's like when you said, let me see the evidence Israel killed Kirk. And they go, oh, you got money. You got a $7,000 check. But it's also about like an elitism. Like, we're holier than thou. We're going to say actual intellectuals that are historically informed, because you've debated on my show some of the best out there, and you've won those debates. I know this stuff as much as you do, or more in some cases, but I don't even say it as good as you do on the foreign policy. You're knocking it out of the park. But these guys, you just say, nope, Nick's not good either, and make themselves feel good like they just got on the field with Pat Brady or Michael Jordan in their prime and beat them. But they're literally just saying, I'm better than Michael Jordan. No, you're not. And it's not about your criticism of us. It's about you growing up and being men, and not just sitting around and claiming you're good, everybody else is bad. We'll be right back. All right, I want to be 100% clear for everybody that seems to understand this. Here's the headline yesterday, and it got picked up all over national TV. I can't even keep track of it. I don't even really focus on that because I don't have time. I always wonder about the new news or legislation or geopolitical things. But what I said, not yesterday, but the day before, is all over the place with the headlines, Jones turns against Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes because of their Nazism. Which is, again, not attacking them. They're not Nazis. It's lies within lies. And they show like a 2-minute clip of me talking about the people that said with no reservation that the attack over the weekend in Sydney against the Jews celebrating Hanukkah wasn't a Muslim attack and that it was, Israeli Mossad. Now, has Israel staged false flags? Yeah, we've covered it ad nauseum. The stand down October 7th was one. The Levant affair, USS Liberty, yeah. But no, you've got thousands of imams saying they're going into jihad now. This is the phase. They quote the Quran, how Muhammad took over Medina, and after that launched his attack. It's a formula. And so my issue is this. The politically correct groups you've seen, I can play montages that are hours long. Whites are inherently evil. Catholics are inherently evil. Christians are inherently evil. The family's evil. The nuclear family's evil. There's a lot of leftist Jewish groups funding it. So a lot of Americans and others get mad at that. It is healthy to criticize Israel. It should not be a sacred cow. It should not be a taboo. I just simply don't want to be somebody that lies about it and then uses it again as a black hole total diversion. So I've always said, how dare you have Nick Fuentes on back when I was being deplatformed over it. And other things is like you can't criticize him when he's mild compared to what's taught in the universities about how the West needs to die and everybody needs to die. But then there's the issue. I can play you hundreds of new videos. We already did the last few days of in the U.S., in Europe, in Australia. Kill the Jews, kill the Christians, murder them. Them marching around the Melbourne Cathedral, thousands of Muslims very threateningly, attacking Christian displays, truck attacks, all of it getting covered up. Cops getting stabbed in Washington State by people screaming Allah Akbar. Doesn't even hit the national news. So Nick said a few weeks ago on my show, he said, yeah, I think Europe's got a big Muslim problem, which is true. There's 3 times more of them over there than here. But he said in the U.S., it's really a red herring for Israel. Well, it's true that Israel lobby uses the threat of Islam to distract from itself. But that's like saying somebody burns down your house, or burns down the business next door to a bank to divert the cops while they rob the bank. It doesn't mean that the restaurant didn't just get burned down. So it's 2 different things. So I'd like you to elaborate on that and actually give us your take on it, because if you study the Quran, it's a military takeover manual. You have the Muslim Brotherhood that's allied with Obama and the Democrats and Starmer and the deep state in their larger plan. You got the UAE and Saudi Arabia who have all their own issues that have been warning about that group because that's their enemy. But if you look at terrorism historically, it's like 90% out of the Muslim Brotherhood. So my point is that, yeah, it's not existential yet here, except you have the same alliances with the left, with Islam. And so with that combination and them as the foot soldiers, so what if they're only 5% of the population or whatever? That as a motivated group that vote how they're told, donate how they're told, look at the Somalis, 8 billion stolen, we know of now, is that it's cancer. So, and so I'm not trying to dunk on you and say, admit you're wrong. Elaborate on it. I get your point about it being used by Israel's distraction, but then I get all this criticism constantly every time I talk about Islam, saying, why are you covering up for Israel or whatever? And to me, I just cover any foreign powerful thing trying to take over. So whereas Israel has organization, money, control, manipulation, very sophisticated, with the Muslims, they've got a caveman book, but when humans are willing to follow an order, we're powerful. And so, I do see it as one of the main threats. So where do you see this? What's your actual views on this?
Well, my actual view on the whole situation is, of course, we want to live in a Christian country. We want to live in a country with Christian government and mostly Christian people. And I'm not in favor of bringing Muslims in as refugees from wars or even for that matter as immigrants and setting up these enclaves. I look at, for example, the Somalis in Minneapolis, I don't know that any patriotic person can say that that Minnesota, which is a land of like Swedes and Norwegians, Finnish, that this is going to turn into an enclave of Somalians wearing hijabs, and that's all the kids in the schools and all the signs are in Somalian. The mayor is speaking Somalian. I get all that. I guess I would just say, when is the last time there's even been a Muslim attack in the United States? It has to have been years. And in the meantime, we've had all kinds of other attacks from Antifa, people that hate ICE, from transgenders. There's an assortment of threats these days. And it's not to minimize it, but it's to say, we live in a time of violent fanaticism. And when you look at the demographic numbers, I guess I would just say, what exactly is the threat? And people might say, well, it's obvious, it's terrorism. And okay, yeah, that's valid. I mean, there's certainly terrorism. But for example, this guy at Bondi Beach, that's in Australia, not America, firstly. But secondly, he was known to law enforcement. He was known to law enforcement specifically as someone who was connected to an ISIS terror cell. And so my question is more, this is frequently the case, these people that commit these acts of terrorism, even that Afghan that committed the shooting recently here in the United States, he was CIA, right, exactly, he was CIA. He worked with the U.S. military. So it's like all these people that are committing the attacks, they're all in bed with the government or known to the government. Maybe we just have the government do a better job of sniffing this stuff out. I mean, there's a lot of Muslims.
No, I respect what you just said. I don't think terror is the threat. They do that once they get a big enough control of a town to push you out. That's in the Quran. In his Medina takeover, he explains how to do it. That's why they read that and they do that. It's not just random stabbings and things. The imam tells them to do it. It's Mujahideen. The real threat is they now say, we failed taking over the Europe because we did it militarily. We're going to vote ourselves in. We're going to access the war chest and take over that way. So that's the problem, is if you get up to 5, 10%, look at Europe, they're a swing vote that goes with the left almost 100% of the time. So I don't see the terror as the threat. I see them not being able to help themselves, some of the Orthodox Muslims that are doing it, as them not being able to help themselves and jumping the gun. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. And I agree with you about Europe because that's where they're mostly concentrated. But here in the United States, it's just such a small fraction of the population. I don't consider it in that pantheon of major threats. I view it as totally secondary because the major threat with immigration is India. India sending these people by the hundreds of thousands here. And they are true colonists because they will take over an entire business. You get one Indian in the business, they hire all people from their caste from India. And then in 5 years, the whole company's India.
I mean, I, on average, like Indian people, okay? Don't dislike them for who they are, but I know the history, right? And I saw this number about a month ago. I did a deep dive on it for like 3 hours. It's worse than they said. I saw like a Breitbart video. Pull up the Breitbart animation of it. 70% of the H-1B visas to the U.S. are from India, and something like 85% are from one province who came here 50 years ago, bought hotels, bought gas stations, and it's a mafia where they have to send the money back. And then they're big on paying off politicians. And it's true, folks, any Indian business that they do the bankruptcy thing, they're because they'll work the system. You go to the airport now, there are like 20 Indians that are young in wheelchairs. They're like, well, why shouldn't I go to the front of the line and be pushed? If it's legal, I just say I'm disabled. And it's stereotypical, but it is happening. But it's that particular tribe, particular caste is the vast majority of Indians coming here. And they're literally, let's play this report with audio in a minute. They literally grease the skids. So you're absolutely right that these are tribal groups. Like we think the Somalis are an issue because they're tribal and do what they're told and controlled. We're all taught like Italians, it was just really Sicilians were a mafia. This is amateur compared to the Indians. So you're dead on about this. Let's roll this short clip.
We know from decades of government data that H-1Bs overwhelmingly go to men arriving from India. And not only do they go from men arriving from India, they come from one area in India, one small area in India. So this one, if you believe that the H-1B is bringing in the best and brightest from around the world, how is it even possible that this one region in India is producing 7 in 10 of the world's geniuses that we're bringing in on the H-1Bs?
And it gets worse than that. So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I wanted to back up what you're saying. Yeah, India.
Yeah, so in terms of immigration and like a demographic takeover, it's Indians, it's Chinese, it's Mexicans, it's Venezuelans. To me, just in terms of the numbers, those are the biggest ones coming here. And then in terms of political influence, I mean, you're right that Muslims are in bed. Some of these Muslim organizations are in bed with the Democrats. But again, I fall back on who are the biggest donors for the Democratic Party. It's like Michael Bloomberg. It's Reid Hoffman. It's like it's all pro.
That's another question. Why are prominent Jews the dominant group, along with Catholic Charities, shipping in illegals to the West?
Well, I think that Jewish people, they benefit as a group the more multicultural that America becomes. It's a very simple formula, which is that if America's all white and all Christian, Jews stick out like a sore thumb, and it's easy to segregate them and easy to discriminate against them. If America's completely diverse and there's all different types of people and we're liberal and tolerant and pluralistic, well, then they're just a group among other groups. So this is just a strategy. Because, of course, in Israel, they want homogeneity. They want the country to be all Jewish. They want Netanyahu to be their king. You know, they are aggressive militarily. That's how they are when they're the majority. When they're in the minority, they want America to be as liberal and tolerant and pluralistic as possible. So that's why 80% of them are voting Democrat. That's why their billionaires are putting money behind the Democratic Party. And so that's why I would say that it's really these other groups that are the bigger issue. And don't get me wrong, I don't want Muslims influencing the country. I don't want Muslims pouring across the border. But in terms of if your problem is foreign lobbying, Democrat power players, clannish behavior, ethnic enclaves, you got all these other groups you got to worry about that just in terms of the numbers are more pernicious. And that's not because I'm like infatuated with Muslims. If we were living in Europe, I would be Tommy Robinson. If we were in Europe, I would be saying, yeah, Muslims, they're doing their call to prayer. This is a huge issue. They got to go. But we don't live in Europe. We live here. So I think we just have different problems because America's separated by an ocean from the Middle East in a way that Europe is not. So they pour into Europe over a land bridge and over a very small, strait in the sea.
Rubber boats.
And then they're in Europe. Yeah, go ahead.
So let me ask you this question. You seem overly or somewhat optimistic. I'm going to say overly. And I'm optimistic as well. Separate from Trump, populism rising, the West rising, Eastern Europe rising. What futures do you see? Or sometimes I see you seem optimistic, sometimes you're not. Regardless, where do you see the future going?
Well, I'm not optimistic in the short term because I think there is a cataclysm that's imminent. War with China, economic collapse, this debt crisis is going to reset the currency. But I'm optimistic because the young men seem to have woken up. And some people call me an accelerationist for saying this. I really think I'm just someone who thinks in terms of second and third order consequences, even let's say for Europe as an example. One reason that I'm less worried about Muslims is that let's game it out. Okay, Muslims take over Europe. Eventually that radicalizes all the white people, even the liberals. Because liberals are going to start to say, well, we want feminism and we want gay rights and we want to have a general climate of licentiousness, and Muslim rule is not going to be conducive to that. So on a long enough timeline, you create enough Muslims in Europe and yeah, there is like civil war conditions, but that makes the Europeans become who they are. And I'm not saying we should do that. I'm not saying let's roll the dice. I'm saying you can kind of forecast out how that will play out. And you can see how Muslims being a very imminent and apparent threat is actually going to galvanize resistance. And I view America similarly, which is to say that as America becomes more diverse, as it starts to fall apart, the young men are going to actually be galvanized by these things. That's why I've always said America first is inevitable, because if what we are saying is true, the country's going to get a lot worse. But people are going to change their behavior. People are not potted plants. They react. And so as the country gets worse, the cost to benefit ratio of engaging in politics, of being a radical, being, let's say, pro-white, pro-American, pro-Christian, it's going to change. 20 years ago, you didn't want to be a racist because it was such a high social cost. And people said, well, why do we care about race? And it was easy to say that because race wasn't really a problem. We lived in a country that was still mostly white, and the diversity had not set in yet, and the demographic change was not felt. And so people said, hey, man, this is like a big, happy white country with some non-white people. Who cares if they cause some problems or they're a little rude? It's not a big deal. Okay, 30 years down the line, 40, 50 years down the line, whites are the minority. Stacey Abrams is president. She's taking money from white people to give to non-white people. Like, we're at the end of a gun. We're at the end of a spear. Then people are going to start to say, wait a second, we need to look out for each other. We need to band together. So you could sort of see how the only way out is through. So I'm pessimistic in the short term. These systems and these the ways of doing things that have been the way they are for a long time, they can't go on. It's not sustainable. There will be a hard reset. There will be a true revolution in every domain of society. On the other side of that, there is an opportunity to make things better. It's not inevitable that we actualize it, but there is an opportunity that when everything comes apart, when things get really heated and hot, if the right wing has the numbers and the organization and the discipline, excuse me, we can take advantage of it, and maybe we can then control the future.
Well, what you're saying is true. I mean, after World War II, we had the baby boom. It happens in every country. When things are really good, nobody has children. Elon Musk talked about Rome was studied in Carthage. Their birth numbers were declining massively. Then they had this big war and almost get defeated, and they had this big giant boom, and then 300 years of a golden era. And this is a fact. So we're not calling for hard times, but we're in hard times. We have to bypass the brainwashing where they put you in a hard time and convince you it's a good time. We have to admit we're in this fight and start thriving now. Here's a clip of Elon.
What ended most civilizations was a low birth rate. An extended period of prosperity seems to cause birth rates to plummet. And it's somewhat counterintuitive. When a society is under stress, birth rates increase. So if you look at, say, ancient Rome, the birth rates were super high when they were fighting the Carthaginians, and Rome's very life was at stake. Birth rates were all-time high. After they defeated Carthage and ruled the Mediterranean, the birth rates plummeted. And to such a degree that Julius Caesar even tried to pass laws like in 50 BC or something like that to give an incentive for any Roman citizen that would have a second or third child. So they were having birth rate issues in 50 BC, which is pretty wild. And that was also true of really basically every civilization throughout history. So it's how do you avoid this birth rate collapse?
And I've seen the studies. There's like 5 or 6 trees. One of them's out in California, different species around the world that are in arid areas where they're up high. They're not getting hardly any nutrients. But because it's so bad, the trees are like 2,000 years old. But they've done studies with the same species of tree, plenty of water, plenty of nutrient, grows fast, gets big, dies quick. So it really is true that we have to recognize we're in a crisis. And I'm not putting you on the spot. You're 26. You're still super young. But I had, a couple kids by 26. Nick, you're under crisis. You're under pressure. You need to marry Kash Patel's girlfriend. I'm joking. You need to marry Laura Logan. No, not Laura Logan.
I don't want to talk about her. I don't want to get sued.
I'm sorry, Laura Logan's awesome, and so is Laura Loomer. You should marry Laura Loomer.
Well, she just got engaged. Did you see?
No.
It was just announced today. She got engaged. Alex, they're taking them from me. First Candace Owens, now Laura Loomer. There's none left. There's no women left for me. All my girlfriends are being stolen by the Trump admin, by Turning Point.
Seriously,
you got to fix me up. You got to fix me up with somebody. Yeah.
Wow.
I know.
Wow, who's she marrying?
I don't know. Some idiot, I'm sure. I mean, I don't even know what that's all about. But yeah, there was maybe a future where me and Laura Loomer had some kids, moved to Israel, converted and all that. I'd be at the Hanukkah party at the White House. But yeah, no, she, I guess she had another guy waiting in the wings for her because I didn't step up. I didn't give her the ring.
Well, I'm going to be honest and go ahead and break this news here right now. Laura Loomer is my daughter. I'm not joking.
I could have married into the family.
Nick, let's be serious. Did you know I'm actually the son of Benjamin Netanyahu?
I could see the resemblance.
Now, the funny thing is they're going to take that clip out and say it's real. I've joked before. All right, we're almost out of time. There's so many other big issues. I could talk to you all day. Nick J. Fuentes on Rumble. What is it like? Because, I mean, it's not hype that your show's gigantic. Well, the top one's out there. You're 26, and all this stuff's going on. And the establishment's done, whatever establishment it was. This is definitely, people are not politically correct now. It's only get crazier from here. What is it like to be the center of that zeitgeist?
Well, I feel the weight of the moment. For a long time, I was doing this and it was just fun. It was a lot of fun and didn't have a lot of responsibility. I was just saying what I felt. And now that it's really coming down to 28 and there's questions about where the country's going to go and maybe I have a real impact on that, real influence, I sort of feel the weight of the responsibility now, the risks, the danger. People are looking to me for guidance. So I take it seriously. But it feels good because it shows that things can change. A big part of what was...
It shows the people have power. Everybody thinks they're powerless. You're a regular guy. Your pedigree's clear. Look how big effect you've had.
Yeah, and I love what you say, because sometimes we talk about this and you say that the real trick that the devil pulls is to convince people that there's no good in the world, that nothing can change, give up, it's hopeless, no one is doing the right thing. And I've lived it. I've lived it. I was just some 18-year-old college kid, and I got canceled. I was left for dead, and my career should have been dead. But I just persevered. I just kept doing what I do. I kept just telling the truth. And eventually, I think through a lot of luck and hard work and people like you and others being supportive along the way, it turned into something that is now having an impact. And there's a million people out there that are like you and like me. They want what's best for the country. They have talents, they have ability, they have character. And I'm just calling on those people to just take that first step. Make the right decision. Start today. Tell the truth. Do something for the country. Be a patriot. We actually can change our destiny. Ultimately, it's in God's hands, but we can be used by God to do the right thing. And I think that, hopefully that's an inspiration. If somebody like me could do it, other people can do it also, because I started with very little and I have a lot of defects and flaws, as we all do. But it just starts with, are you going to be a part of the solution or are you going to be a part of the problem?
Well, what the power structure hates is if they can censor us, they can twist what we said, take it out of context. They hate people actually hearing what we actually say versus what they claim we said out of context. But people should check out your show. Are you going to do a live stream tonight?
Yes, I think I will do a show tonight.
What, like after Trump's speech?
Yes. Yeah, probably. So I know you're going live. You'll cover that, and then I'll go live after that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to at least be on with Ben, and I may do a simulcast like 7:30 tonight and through it. So we'll be watching. Nick, you're hard to get a hold of on the phone. I need to tell you some other stuff, so I'm going to try to, when I'm off in like a minute, I'm going to call you about 5 minutes real quick, all right?
Okay, sounds good.
All right, thanks, Nick. Great interview. Thank you.
All right.
All right.
And so we're going to get into it. We're going to talk first about this primetime address from Donald Trump tonight. We'll set it up. Yesterday, it was announced that Trump would be addressing the nation primetime from the White House tonight. And as of last night, nobody had any clue what the speech would be about. This morning, there was a rumor going around that the speech would be a declaration of war against Venezuela. And this was timed, I think coincidentally, with a war powers resolution voted on in the House of Representatives, which would constrain Trump's ability to declare war. So people said the timing of these two things would suggest that Trump is going to war. Tucker Carlson made an appearance on Judge Andrew Napolitano's show this morning, and he said he was told by a member of Congress that the White House briefed Congress that we were going to war with Venezuela. It would be announced tonight. This was verified by antiwar.com. It was verified by other sources.
And everybody tuned in tonight at 8 o'clock Central to see our declaration of war. It didn't happen. Instead, we got a 20-minute speech, 20 minutes exactly, where the president defended his record on the economy and announced a couple of bizarre new initiatives. This is a story about it from the New York Times. It says, quote, President Trump delivered an 18-minute primetime speech to the nation Wednesday evening, arguing that the economy under his leadership is in better shape than Americans believe. It's so good that, you have to tell everybody how good it is. Nobody knows the economy's good. You have to remind them, hey, I know you feel broke, but you're not. I know you feel like you've gotten poorer. You're wrong. You're better off. You feel good. You feel prosperous now. I think the numbers on Black Friday were something like 90% of people used Klarna, used buy now, pay later to finance their Black Friday purchases. But yeah, no, everything's totally fine. 50-year mortgages, buy now, pay later is super popular. Job market is frozen. They didn't even publish the numbers in October. No, but it's great. It's great. Trust the plan, idiot. It's actually fine. Gas is 50 cents a gallon. Just trust me. The article goes on. It says, wielding charts and figures, some of them misleading, Mr. Trump tried to make the case that the economy is improving, or at least that the bad parts of it are not his fault. The speech resembled comments Mr. Trump often makes while speaking to reporters in the Oval Office, full of self-praise of his own job performance while disparaging his predecessor, President Joe Biden. But he had a wider audience than usual, with networks interrupting their regularly scheduled programming to carry the remarks. In a surprising moment, Mr. Trump announced what he called a warrior dividend. Cool name, cool stuff. In which checks of $1,776 will be sent to 1.4 million members of the military. The president said the money would come from tariffs that he has levied on goods imported into the country. Just like, remember when he said that the tariffs would pay down the debt? So that was a lie. Then he said the tariffs were going to create a dividend for everybody. And that was a lie too. So now the tariffs are going to pay for a dividend for the troops. Okay, well, what about the rest of us? What about the rest of us that aren't fighting for Israel or whatever? It's a warrior dividend. Great. So the tariffs destroyed the stock market. The tariffs have slowed down the economy. Good news is the troops are going to get a paycheck. Well, there's no one more deserving, right? The article goes on. It says, Mr. Trump promised the economy would improve in the next year and that his policies would cause prices on electricity and everything else to fall dramatically. He said mortgage payments will be coming down even further early in the new year. And he said he would announce some of the most aggressive housing reform plans in American history next year. Okay, hopefully so. A recent New York Times analysis of Mr. Trump's approval ratings found a decline in support for Mr. Trump's handling of the economy from July to November. After he was finished speaking, he turned to the press and said, "You think that's easy?" And then took a swig of Diet Coke. He then suggested to those in the room that his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, had told him that he had to deliver the speech. He asked how he had done. Miss Wiles replied, "I told you 20 minutes and you were 20 minutes on the dot." So it's very clear that this was all another trick. This is all just part of the bag of tricks. And I'll tell you what happened. Trump tricked the media and the public into watching this garbage. His approval ratings are in the toilet. His favorability is in the toilet. People's opinion of his job approval, specifically on the economy and immigration, is in the toilet. It's all bad. Trump is unpopular with his own base because of the exit of Marjorie Greene, the handling of the Epstein files, the post about Rob Reiner, the lack of conclusion to the war in Ukraine, lack of mass deportations, lack of law and order from National Guard in the cities. People are not happy with the Trump administration. He's not delivering. All he is doing is talking. Rather than deliver one or any of the promises that he made, he is simply talking them up, trying to convince us that they are certainly happening. So he went and traveled and did a rally last week where he gave basically this exact same speech. And you might not know that that happened, and probably you didn't see it. He went out to a rally last week and gave a big stump speech. He's a lame duck president giving a stump speech, giving a campaign rally, talking about how everything is actually fine. Nobody carried it. Nobody picked it up. Nobody paid any attention. So this is where they hatched this idea. How are we going to get the public to listen to our defense of our catastrophic administration? We will trick them. We will actually just lie to them. So the Trump administration put out through back channels this rumor that Trump was going to war with Venezuela. He put that rumor out, maybe through Congress, maybe through Tucker Carlson, through others, and he tricked us. The mainstream media thought that Trump was going to declare war on Venezuela tonight, so they carried it on the networks. The American public thought a declaration of war was being made tonight, so people tuned in. And then it was a classic bait and switch. Instead of declaring war on Venezuela, he gave an 18-minute stump speech defending his record and announcing that next year, everything's just going to get better. And this is why everyone hates Trump now. This is why everyone hates Trump. Everyone hates this administration. Because it is a scam. It's not even a failure. It's not even an honest failure. It is a scam. We are not getting anything that we have been promised. Think about it. We were promised industrial policy, tariffs, subsidies. They backed down in 1 week. Remember Liberation Day, April 2nd, we're going to liberate ourselves from free trade. We're going to have tariffs on every country. They caved in 1 week and then said, oh, the whole time it was really just about China. Remember that? Another fake out. They said, we're declaring tariffs on every country in the world. And then when the bond market melted down, they said, never mind. It was really just a big trick. And what we always intended to do was to only have tariffs on China and nobody else. Trump always chickens out. Then he said, we're going to deploy the National Guard to Chicago and LA and Memphis and every major city. And we're going to bring law and order to the streets. Then they said, oh, actually, we can't do that. And if we deploy 200 National Guard, that's what we meant. And we're only doing it for 60 days. And it never happened. Trump always chickens out. He said mass deportations. We're going to get all these people back. We're going to deport everybody, the violent criminals first, and then everybody else. 300,000 deportations for the year. He always chickens out. Every single thing is a catastrophe. And instead of just being honest about the state of things, instead of actually just recommitting to doing these things that were promised, we get excuses. They just fucking lie. And Trump gets up in a primetime address, like he did every week in the first term, and said, actually, everything's really going great. And it's like we just live in two different worlds now. We live in two different worlds with MAGA supporters, with Trump supporters. In the minds of Trump supporters, 3 million people have been deported, and Trump has ended 8 wars, and inflation is actually down. And that is what they believe. Even though the war in Ukraine is going on, they will confidently tell you, but Trump ended 8 wars. And what they're referring to is the war between Thailand and Cambodia, not making that up, the war between Rwanda and Congo, not making that up, the skirmish between India and Pakistan. In reality, where we live, the Ukraine war, the actual war, that's still going on. The peace in Gaza, that's falling apart and will probably restart anytime soon. But Trump supporters will say, no, but he ended 8 different wars. How much do you want him to do? It's like, I think we elected him to end the war in Ukraine, not the one in Cambodia, actually. Not the border skirmish in Cambodia, You say, where are the mass deportations? They don't even report the figures. The best estimates say it's 300,000, maybe 500,000 at most. In Trump world, they take a community survey that polled 65,000 households, and they extrapolate that to mean that 3 million people left the country because they were afraid of Trump. Trump deployed National Guard to Washington, D.C. They said, so actually, he made good on the promise of restoring law and order. And he comes onto the primetime address and insults our intelligence, defending this record with nonsense. Defensive with these cutesy little rhetorical phrases. We didn't need legislation to close the border. We just needed a new president. Yeah, you know, that was cute like the first 300 times we heard it. Now it's just a joke. So this characterizes everything about the Trump years. The whole thing is a bait and switch. The whole thing is just a never-ending advertisement. We're always fighting. Victory, prosperity is always just around the corner. Even tonight, he announces a check for the veterans. Okay, like honestly, big deal. The tariffs are not bringing in that much money. They're not solving the debt problem at all. They're not bringing back manufacturing. But Trump instead just lies and says, well, actually, we're bringing in so much money, we're going to get rid of income taxes and we're going to pay people money. Well, what happened to Doge cutting the deficit by $2 trillion? What happened to that? What happened to tariffs actually making money from every country? Then he says, well, we're going to cut a check to everybody. Oh, we don't have enough money for that. Now it's a check for the veterans. Now it's a check for the soldiers, and we'll call it a warrior dividend. Warrior. More of this cultural language. The only thing that was substantive in the speech, he talked about a ambitious housing plan next year. Okay, why? It's like you hear that and you go, he does a primetime address to announce that he'll have a housing plan later. Then why announce it now? He comes on 8 o'clock, prime time, tricks everybody into watching. Okay, you've got everybody's attention. You've got a captive audience. What do you have to say? How are we going to turn this around? What's the plan? Well, I am going to change housing. It is the most ambitious, wide-reaching housing reform in American history, and it's almost done. I'm announcing it next year. Okay, so did you plan on becoming president? I understand if you were surprised that you won the first time, but this is the third time you ran for president. And you should have a pretty good idea of what you want to do when you get in. There's no housing plan. It's not finished yet. Did you not know you needed one during the presidential transition before the election? And why are we announcing it now then? Hey, I have an announcement, everybody. I'm working on a plan for housing. Get ready, because it's all going to get better. Okay, but when? And what is it? And what are the details? When are we actually going to see prosperity? And how are they going to get that through the Congress in 2026 when Democrats are having to appease and pander to their base? How's that even going to work? Trump has passed 5 bills this entire year. Every other president, it's like over 100. He's passed 5. He doesn't even have a plan yet, but now next year there's going to be a far-reaching housing plan. We're now going to take affordability later. And the speech isn't even good. On top of all this, so first of all, you lie to get us to watch. You lie to our faces that things are going great. You don't even have a plan. Clearly, he knows there's a problem. He knows it's not going well. He knows he needs a reset. He doesn't even have a plan. There's not even an idea. Oh, we'll cut a check to the veterans and the rest to be announced later. There's not even a plan. Insulting us with lies about the state of the economy. And then, to add insult to injury, it's not even a good speech. He sounds retarded. If you actually watch the speech, he can't even read. He's reading from a teleprompter, and you could see him stumbling maybe a half dozen times in an 18-minute speech. The confidence isn't there anymore. The swagger isn't there. Stuttering, stumbling, weird little riffs, weird little verbal tics, detours he keeps going on. And you say, so the magic is gone too. The substance is gone. The style is gone. He's not delivering. It's not even the same message. And he's not even funny. And now it's not even entertainment. And I see these assholes on Twitter, they say Trump just trolled the media into carrying his primetime address from the White House. Ha ha, the joke is on them. No, the joke is on us. The joke is on us that Trump has tricked us, saber-rattling, starting another new war. We tune in, it's insult after insult, lies, and it's not even entertaining on top of it. Who got trolled here exactly, other than anybody that still supports this person? Other than anybody that still believes in any capacity that this administration can get something done. So I watched the address. It's just another ridiculous show. And I'm ready to be done with the Trump show. And unlike Tucker, I'm not going to do a 180 and say, oh, I don't know what I said. You know, what I meant was... No, this Trump show, it's just got to end. I don't know. And I would say he should step down, but then J.D. Vance is going to become the president. But what do you even do with this at this point? Everything I said has come to pass. Worse even than I imagined. Because I told you in 2024 it would be like this. I told you this is exactly how it would go. And it was pretty obvious why. Trump had sold out to the donors on everything. On labor, on immigration, on foreign policy. His cabinet was hand-selected by Susie Wiles, a lobbyist from Florida. And she brought in all the Florida swamp creatures. She handpicked this bullshit cabinet. It should have been absolutely predictable. But somehow it's even worse. I told you a year ago, it's going to be corporate tax cuts, war for Israel. The war in Ukraine is not going to end. No mass deportations. It's going to be more permanent bureaucrats running out the clock. They're not going to move with the urgency, the swiftness that they need to. And in the end, all it's going to do is bring the left down harder upon us. Let's say the Democrats win in 2028, which if they appoint an actually viable candidate, we're in trouble. We kind of got lucky in 2024, wouldn't you say? We got lucky that Joe Biden is demented. We got lucky that his successor, Kamala Harris, was somehow more unpopular than him. Joe Biden was barely alive. Kamala Harris had never won a single contest, a caucus, a primary, has never won any kind of contest in the national election. Add to that Trump had the full weight of the Israel lobby and little tech, and he got shot in the ear and had the iconic moment that changed the course of history. So we kind of got lucky in 2028, just like we got lucky in 2016. If the Democrats put up a halfway decent candidate in 2028 that doesn't alienate white people, that isn't super woke and isn't super cringe, we're going to get absolutely destroyed. And you know what's going to happen when they win? They're not going to fuck around like we are. They're not going to hire Rachel Maddow to run the FBI. They're not going to appoint a bunch of idiots to run the cabinet. They're going to hire the best judges, the best lawyers, the best law enforcement, and they are going to literally kill us. They are literally going to take away all of our civil liberties. They're going to throw us in jail. Because you see that Trump is barking up the wrong tree here. He is weaponizing the DOJ against James Comey, Barack Obama, Letitia James, Jackson, whatever. The way that Trump is going after his enemies, the way that he is inciting them and basically just antagonizing the radical left. He is inviting a brutal retaliation. So if we don't get lucky in 2028, they're almost certainly getting back in power. They will wield executive power. They'll have the House, maybe not the Senate. And unlike Republicans, they're not going to screw around. They're going to come to get us. So people say, well, why don't you just trust the plan? Why don't you just be patient? Well, we're trying our best. Trump needs to be acting like a literal dictator. You either need to be a dictator or you need to make peace with the left. But you can't do this thing in the middle where you pretend to be a dictator, but you're not one. Because like I said, all that is doing is inviting a retaliation. And Trump might be fine. If he pardons himself preemptively, he'll be okay. It's us that's going to pay the price. It's Elon that'll pay the price. It's everybody that helped Trump ever. They're going to pay the price from a new Democrat administration. They're going to help all their allies. They're going to punish all their enemies. because we didn't do that when we had the power. So this is very frustrating. It's very hard to watch because this is just a squandered opportunity. You actually had the ability to achieve a golden age if Trump was halfway serious, but people just didn't want to see the flaws. People were so caught up in the hype, so whipped up in the moment. All these stupid political cocksuckers, they were being paid under the table by super PACs, PACs, the party itself, whatever, paid as consultants, paid as nonprofits. All these political idiots were basically paid, or they didn't care. They looked the other way. They gassed everybody up. They were all in on Trump. Nobody pointed out the flaws. And now we're stuck with this nonsense for 4 years, and then we're all going to die. And I'm not trying to be melodramatic about that, but we have been absolutely screwed. And the reason I keep saying I told you so is because this reflects a feature in the Republican Party. I said all of this last year, and I made a very rational case. I made the arguments, and on some level, everybody kind of knew this. But the people that influence the conversation on social media don't care. They don't read. They don't know anything. And they don't care about the outcome. They're also being paid, and they didn't disclose that they were being paid. So I had guys like Elijah Schaffer. I'll name some names. I had guys like Elijah Schaffer confronting me at CPAC this year. So I don't get it. Why didn't you support Trump? Well, hey, buddy, do you know now? He tells me, I don't watch your show. I don't have time. Why don't you like Trump? Well, maybe if you watch his show, maybe if you cracked open a book once in a while, maybe if you read something instead of just taking money from India and El Salvador, maybe you'd know why I didn't support Trump. Maybe you wouldn't be finding out a year later like everybody else. And he's just one example. And I like Elijah. I consider him a friend. But I'm calling him out on his irresponsibility. Just like I'll call out a lot of people that in the end went for Trump because they wanted to brown nose. They wanted a job in the campaign. They wanted a job in the admin on this sinking fucking ship. They wanted a title. They didn't want to be left out or left behind. They didn't want the FOMO. So they said, I'm going to support Trump. I got to get in on this. I know that it's not exciting. And they lied to themselves. And many of them lied to you. They took money under the table. And they lied to you, and they pretended like this administration was going to be great. And honestly, the whole thing is, when I say a scam, I mean they're looting the government. These cabinet officials, they are fucking corrupt. They're looting the government. What did Trump do when he won? He put out a shit coin and told everybody to buy it on social media, and that is now more than 50% of his net worth. You fucking stupid idiot. Trump got elected, put out a shit coin, all of his followers bought it, and then he sold and made literally billions of dollars. And you don't think that all of his cronies did exactly the same thing? You don't think that all of the insiders, many of them Jewish, at Mar-a-Lago, you don't think they profited from that as well? Of course they did. Talk about an omen. Talk about a red flag. Gee, I wonder if Trump is going to scam us again. I wonder if Trump is going to screw us again. And then he puts out a shit coin, everybody buys it, and he literally rug pulls you and leaves you holding the bag. Like any other celebrity, like any other crypto scammer, and you thought you were going to get your mass deportations? This whole thing needs to be burned to the ground, figuratively. Not literally, but this whole thing needs to be burned to the ground. You're not mad enough. You're not angry enough. You're not pissed off enough. You people are not tired of eating shit yet. People are still gobbling this stuff up. Ha ha ha. Trump trolled them into carrying his address. Ha ha. Trump said Somalians are garbage. What a laugh. What a riot. You stupid idiot. And what do you think is going to happen? And at the end of these 4 years, Springfield, Ohio is still going to be filled with Haitians, and Minneapolis is still going to be filled with Somalis. I will bet you $10 billion fucking dollars that is the case. Would you take me up on that? Absolutely not, because you know as well as I do, those people aren't going anywhere. They're going to put another Nicky Knack 300 National Guard and ICE and Border Patrol in Minneapolis. They're going to have them doing a bunch of poses for social media video edits, and then they're going to go home. Some stupid liberal's going to put their middle finger in their face. They're going to get trolled on social media, and then they're going to go home. And Trump is going to say mission accomplished, because that's exactly what happened in Chicago. They had this, what do they call it? Operation Midway Blitz. Operation Midway Blitz. What did they call it? Alligator Alcatraz. Hey, Bal. And then what did they deport? 1,000 fucking people? They went to L.A. with the National Guard, and in the end, they deported 1,000 people. You had liberals storm the detention facility, and they found it was empty. Liberals stormed the detention facilities where illegal immigrants are being concentrated, and it was empty. Like, if that doesn't tell you what this administration is. Liberals think there's another Holocaust. They think that ICE is the new Gestapo, Trump is the new Hitler, illegals are the new Jews, and they are literally being whipped up. They think it's another Holocaust. That's why you have snipers blowing people's heads off. That's why you have terrorist attacks being plotted against this country, because they think it's Nazi Germany, and they're not even deporting anybody. The detention facilities are empty. In the end, who is that guy that they deported to El Salvador and the judges made them bring him back? What was that guy's name? Something Garcia? They made the Trump administration bring him back. Hey, listen up, Garcia, Kilmar, Alberto Garcia. You have 100 days until you get deported, and then you have 50 days until you're brought back. All these illegal alien farm workers, you have 200 days to get the fuck out of our country. And then you have a 30-day grace period to lawfully come back in, and we will give you an H-1A visa, and we will set you up in the Four Seasons Hotel, because that's what Brookie wants. That's what Brooke Rollins at Agriculture wants, because she has a better relationship with Trump than Kristi Noem, because that's our idiot cabinet, America First Policy Institute. How many people were complicit in this? All of these people are complicit. They are all going to parties wearing tuxedos where people are not invited. No, but all these people, they're making money. All these people in politics, Trump included, Kristi Noem, Corey Lewandowski. These people are all making money, effectively, allegedly, selling titles, like doing corrupt things that powerful people do. They're all securing their retirement while they loot the country, while they dare the left to kill us, and then when the left comes to power, we're going to be the ones holding the bag. That's why it is a disgrace. It is a disgrace. And everybody that shilled for Trump, like, you can just never trust them again. Anybody that was pro-Trump, you know, I don't care if they were well-intentioned or not, you can just never trust them again. Anybody that said, oh, I told people to vote for Trump, Tucker and Candace included, we had a chance to turn this around. It was during the election. It was during you want to call Trump out? Call him out when he needs your damn vote. Trump was saying all this a year ago about H-1B visas, about stapling green cards to diplomas. He was not serious about mass deportations a year ago. He was talking about bombing Iran a year ago. The time to call him out on it was last year, when they needed something from us, when they needed our vote. But all of you people told yourselves, well, we'll figure that out later. Okay, well, it's later. And the speech tonight said, oh, it's coming later. It's always just a year away. Not for Israel, not for the billionaires, not for the oligarchs. For them, they get their tangible benefit today on a silver platter. For all of us voters, we're waiting for next year, always. So that's your primetime address. I don't know how people even find it funny. It's not funny. The whole thing's a big joke. The whole thing is a big, stupid joke. And you understand why Marjorie Taylor Greene quit. Because it's like, and I understand, people like her son is getting death threats. Her family's getting death threats. She's trying to make good on the promises, and she's being attacked by the president, sicking his supporters on her. And you go, okay, so what are we even fighting for then? If the leader is not even pushing the principles of America First, if he's going to endorse Lindsey Graham but attack Marjorie Greene, if he's going to open up the floodgates for the Chinese to fund the universities, and he's attacking me for saying that's not a good idea, then why are we suffering like this? Now, the difference is that Marjorie didn't know what she was really fighting for. In her mind, she thought she was fighting for Trump and MAGA. I never made that mistake. I'm fighting for this movement. I'm fighting for America First. And if Trump will be America first, then we're with Trump. And if he's not, then we're not. And that's why we can't be absolutely beholden to anybody. That's why our loyalty actually comes with a price tag. You want support from the Groypers? You want support from me? You want support from America first? You have to give us something. I don't have a jersey on. I'm not under a contract. I'm not being paid under the table by these people. You want me to shill for Trump and not Gavin Newsom? You want me to shill for Trump and not Kamala? Give me something. Give us something tangible. We have a price, just like Elon Musk has an ask, just like Miriam Adelson has an ask. We have an ask as well. And that's a difference between people that are serious and people that are being strung along and turned out like political whores. Marjorie Greene, making these deals, she thinks she's a genius. She thinks that she's making moves. You're not making moves. You're being used. You are being instrumentalized by them. And you think that's influence. They use you, and you think that's influence. They tell you what to do. They tell you what to support. You have no say in it. You have no independent following, no independent base of support, and you think that's influence. That's a mirage. So that's why we have to absolutely steel ourselves going into 2026 and 2028. You and me have to steel ourselves. We cannot ever allow it to happen again. We can let the Republican Party lose. And they will squeal like pigs. And they will say, you're going to make us lose. You're with the Democrats. Nick Fuentes is an operative. They're going to say all this kind of stuff. Remember how you feel now when they say that. Fuck you. They're going to tell us in 26, just like they did in 24. They're going to say, we got to hold the line. I know it's not all it's cracked up to be. I know we didn't deliver on everything, but hey, it's not all bad. They're going to say that. And in 2026, you need to be ready to say, well, that sounds like a you problem. They're going to tell you, Republicans can't afford to lose the House. You're going to have to say, that sounds like a you problem. You should have thought of that when you put together this big, beautiful bill and it was a piece of shit legislation. You should have thought of that when you didn't deport 2 million people in 2 years. You should have thought of that when you brought in those 600,000 Chinese students. Do those people vote? You should have thought of that when you said you need 600,000 Chinese students to pay the universities. Are the universities going to vote? Go ask them for their vote. Go ask the 600,000 Chinese students for their vote. Go ask the Ivy League universities for their vote, because you're keeping them in business by doing that. Go ask the illegal immigrant farmers and the illegal immigrants that work in hospitality. Go ask for their vote, because you protected their right to live here illegally. That's who you're looking out for. So what are you talking to me for? You're telling me Republicans are going to lose? That sounds like a you problem. Go tell the people you actually defend. Go talk to Elon Musk. Go talk to Sam Altman. Go ask to Ken Griffin. Go talk to BlackRock and Blackstone. You go and talk to them, Larry Fink. And you explain to them that Republicans are going to get devastated in the midterms and how bad it's going to be. Because you had your chance. You had the House. You had the Senate, the White House, the Supreme Court. It was supposed to be a golden age. Remake the federal judiciary or the federal bureaucracy. They said, Section F, we're going to fire 50,000 people. We're going to move fast and break things. We're going to cut the deficit. They didn't do any of it. Where's my National Guard? Where's my tariffs? Where's my austerity? Where's my savings in waste, fraud, and abuse in the deficit? Where's my mass deportations? Where's my America First labor policy? Where the fuck is it? You come back asking for more? You come back asking for another vote in 26, and if I say no, that's my fault? I'm the problem, and they'll do it again in 28. And that's why, a lot of people say the show's a black pill, the show is negative. I need you to feel this. I need you to feel it in your bones. I need you to feel it in your heart. You have been betrayed. This is treachery. You have been betrayed. Things are not going well for you. It is going well for them. They don't even care. They are giddy. They are giddy. They are gleeful. Tucker and Candace told you to vote for Trump. Are they hurting? No. They're making more money than ever. Tucker just bought a new house in Doha. Candace Owens cannot contain her joy. She told you to vote for this nonsense. Trump and all of his cronies made probably billions of dollars off of the Trump shitcoin. How are you doing? How are you handling the increase in Netflix and Disney Plus subscription costs? How are you handling the increase in prices across the board? 4.5%, 5% interest rate on a mortgage. How are you handling that? Did you use buy now, pay later for Black Friday? Do you feel like we live in a safer, more white country with fewer immigrants than we did a year ago? Absolutely not. So you need to live in this. You need to, I'm not one of these people that's cheerful, rah, 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 hey guys, everything's fine. No, it's not fine and it's not okay. Everything sucks and it's not okay. And things need to change now. And they need to understand that if things don't change now, then we are ready to join them. We will hold their hand and we will walk into oblivion together. We will walk you down that road. They say it's going to be your fault. It's your fault. We have been promised things for 10 years, and it's always just around the corner, just another election. We just need a couple more seats. I got off the hamster wheel. I stopped playing that a long time ago. I endorse no one yet. You give me something, you fight for me, you promise me something. If you're some new guy, okay, now we'll talk. All these other people, you lost. So that's why I'm trying to really drill this home for you. Like, all it is marketing. All it is constant, ceaseless marketing. Email lists, subscriptions, watch the primetime thing. Hey, guys, sloganeering from Susie Wild. Hey, everything's actually fine. Really? For who? For Elon Musk, who's now worth $600 billion? For who? Bitcoin's at 85,000. No gains. Anyway, so that's that. We're going to move on. We'll talk a little bit about Dan Bongino, but that's my rant about this whole Trump administration. How do we translate this into action? That's always the question. People always want to know, how do we change it? And I'll tell you how we change it. We have to get organized, okay? Separately, we are weak. Together, we are strong. This is just a basic principle. People say that's fascism. That's just true. And what we need is an American lobby. The Trump administration fears the Israel lobby. They don't want to upset the Israelis. Why? Because the Israelis have independent power. Ben Shapiro will not vote for Trump if he doesn't think Trump is pro-Israel. Think about that. Think about this for a moment. Why is the Republican Party afraid of offending Israel and Jews? Because Israel and Jews have power. But what does that mean? It means they have money. Money that buys television ads, newspaper ads, radio ads. It means they have position. They have positions of influence that they can use to influence the course of the election. And it's not just that they have power, but they're willing to use it for their own interests. So if Trump says, I don't support Israel, let's say he keeps every single one of his policies, but he doesn't support Israel. Do you think Ben Shapiro's voting for him? Honest question. Let's say Trump keeps every single one of his policies, but he doesn't support Israel. Is Ben Shapiro voting for Trump, yes or no? We all know the answer is no. And he's going to tell his audience not to vote for Trump. As a matter of fact, he's going to encourage his audience not to vote for Trump. There's a lesson in this. Take your own side. Take inventory of what you have. We have our vote, we have some money, we have some position. Use it in defense of your interests. And if somebody is not doing something for you, do not take their side. Do not support them. They are not entitled to it. They do not own it. They are not owed it. That is the difference. That is why black people are getting reparations in kind every year. That is why Jewish people are getting their end taken care of for Israel. That is why Indians and Chinese are getting their end taken care of, because they speak up for themselves. They use their resources for their own benefit. It is us stupid white people, stupid Christians that say, well, we got to hold the line. Well, we got to be team players. Well, we got to vote Republican. You got to get up and say, you know what? If there is no immigration moratorium, I'm not voting for Trump. I don't care how unpopular it is. I don't care how difficult it is. If he doesn't commit to an immigration moratorium, then we will not vote. Listen to them squeal, but you're not being a real Republican, but we can never do that, but that's impractical, but that'll never... You figure it out. You're running for office. You're running for Congress. You're running for president. You figure it out. We're the voters. 90% of the people that voted for Trump in 2016 were white, and they're all being robbed of their birthright. They're all being dispossessed. They're all being forced into minority status. A country where foreigners and the foreign-born and invaders outnumber us and dominate culturally, politically, socially. And Trump has been complicit in it. We have interests as a people. Let's start fighting for them. So we have to group up and we have to make it known and get the word out. These are our demands. They are simple. There is a short list of them. We do not want a war in Iran. We do not want a single net immigrant coming into the country. You work out the details. Otherwise, we're staying home and you can take your chances. You figure out the fucking math on that. You figure out how to sell it to the American people. That's your job. But people weren't ready to do that last year. I hope that after this experience, you're ready to do it next year. I hope you're ready to do that in 2028 because that is what is required. We have to use our power. And let them sweat, let them panic, because these political people have made a lot of money. They have made a lot of money, and they live a pretty nice lifestyle. Private jets and fancy hotels and fancy receptions and rubbing shoulders with the rich and famous and patronage, like things you couldn't believe. Lobbyist money like you couldn't believe. Let them work for it. What do we have to lose? At this point, people say, well, if a Democrat gets in, they're going to throw open the border. Brother, it's baked in. What do you think? A few million more immigrants is going to change anything? Honest to God, we're going extinct as a species. If there's not an immigration moratorium, you can cut it 10%, you can cut it 50%. It's time to get serious.
Witness a single strand of the tapestry. Witness.
Mr. Seth is here. Oh my gosh. What's up, dude? Well, that I don't post in the general for the most part. Oh, okay.